straps to maximum power output. Transmitting signal in 5, 4, 3,
controlling the masses. And now, broadcasting live from our near-Earth hub studio, we bring you this NBN special report.
All right. I think that's a good time to get started. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the first of 3 online Netrunner districts. This one is the EMEA scheduled one. We'll be getting started in just a moment. We have a table picked out here on table 9, Asa versus Essa. That's going to be very fun for me. And we're just waiting for the announcements to let us get underway. This is currently a tournament with 32 players, and we're going to be playing 7 rounds of Swiss. There will be a lunch break after round 3. And then there will be a top 8 cut, single elimination, rather. And it looks like we just got the go-ahead to start, so let me go ahead and pull back the intermission screen. And we can get started. Here we have Professor Wacko on Asa Group versus Sned on Issa Fontov. Starting off with greasing the palm to net 2 credits for our first double install. Already got some support going on in the chat here. Ice onto Archives, turn 1. Nope. Ice onto HQ, turn 1. That's a much more reasonable. I um yes, I am waking up relatively early to commentate, but whereas it is only 4 o'clock in the morning where I am, I went to bed at 4 o'clock in the morning yesterday, so you can be the judge as to whether or not that's early or not. But I will accept your respect either way. All right, checking the top of R&D, installing and using a Nuka, and then popping down to Poemu on turn 1. Ditching the buffer drive. The image for buffer drive is not coming up, but that is notably, I think. Okay, well, perhaps if I click on it. No, buffer drive notably costs an influence, so it's a rough discard turn 1. Makes me wonder what else is in the hand, but turn 2, building up another server with grease in the palm here. Yeah, there is a chance that the buff drive could be pulled back. I'm not entirely sure which cards. I know that well, a second buffer drive could do it, but then you wouldn't need the first one. Could do it with Ashen Epilogue, but that's a little bit of a crapshoot. Might be another card I'm not thinking of, but either way, we see a lamb coming down. That's going to be really nice with the Daishamon. Labor Rights. Labor Rights is the one that I should have been thinking of. Thank you, Miracle, Miracle, Mira, for reminding me of a very important card. Ooh, this is a combination of cards to res. Drop it an off-world office, advancement, using Hollow Man. So we're gonna get a clean 7 credits here. Powers of B to install from HQ, because the only things we have in archives are those greasing the palms. All right, run R&D for an easy dirty laundry payout. Get some information off the top there. Install in Miami and Ghost Tongue. All right. Four damage from the Ghost Tongue, prompting Sabotage for Sabotage 2 from Corp. Both of them coming off of the top of R&D. Pulling off a Rashida, getting another double install onto that Hollow Man, just trying to get through with those early scoring out. And dropping an upgrade onto HQ. Suppose that could theoretically be another Hollow Man. So that if anything happens to the first one, you can just res it and move it over. Perhaps a Managarm. All right, making a run on this server 1. We got Gatekeeper, 6 strength here. Acrisium, I believe, is also only 1 influence, so I don't think that... I mean, putting down a Chrysium to stop at Chastushka is a feels good moment, but we'll see the likelihood of that being the case. All right, paying 7 to use that lamb, and then jacking out. If that's anything other than another barrier, well, unless it's a very low strength barrier, we're not going to be able to get through it. And yet that is definitely... Gatekeeper is definitely a piece of ice you want to see the bonfire for. Vitruvius with a counter on it. There's the powers that be using that installation from archives, combined with the ASA double install trigger to be able to protect at the same time. All right, labor rights trashing lamb, ghost tongue, and fermenter. Don't need the ghost tongue or the lamb anymore. Well, I don't think we'd want a second lamb. It's not, strictly speaking, unusable. All right, following up, let's see. Shuffle the buffer drive, dirty laundry, and a buzzsaw back in. Draw with a steel skin, installing a Stargate. Okay. We got a Nico, a Vitruvius, and a Gatekeeper. Go ahead and trash the Vitruvius. Just kind of put it there into archives. So now with the Rashida, we know that the Nico and the Gatekeeper have both been drawn. Is this the winning agenda on the Holloman, though? It appears to be a very clean scoring pattern from Asa, getting some good use out of that early game tempo crimes. Classic. All right, well, that leaves us plenty of time to hop into another game. Let's see what else we got here. Let's see if this one's... if table 8 will allow us. All right, cool. So we're hopping into table 8 here. Got another Asa. It didn't pop up on the menu, but that's fine. It's like we're continuing on with the same game, except just don't pay attention to the fact that this is a different runner. All right, that's an off-world being scored. That's our first agenda of the game, so this one, we've got a little bit of time left to go. Let's see, on Akiko's side, we have a pressure spike. Not going to be able to use that threat ability for a little bit here, but I don't believe that Asa is going to be running any 1-point agendas, so it should just be 1 or 2 more, depending on whether or not it's the runner who reaches threat. All right, overriding Amelia. And we now have ice on all of our servers. Ace Empress coming on, breaking through the Tatubola. Are we going to get a swap? Yes. Allows us to get out the cohort. Considering what to do, 1 click left. Server 3 had an install and an ice on top of the Manic Arm. Server 1 was overriding Amelia. Rashida in server 1, makes sense? Now, interesting. Shot declined to use the Asa ability there. We know that he has an ice in hand. He's got the Tatubola. So, wondering... Wondering if there's something else going on that we want to keep. Like if we're a little bit flooded in HQ. I'm almost certain that... Oh. We've got a virus in archives. Alright, so we've got something advanced. Something advanced here in server 3. Let me just double check. It does not have to be an advanceable card per cohort guidance program. It just has to be installed. Oh, we're thinking, let's see here. 2 Rashidas, a Malia cohort, fully op, and a wage workers as well. Plus 1 face down. Okay, we'll go ahead and score out that Vitruvius. Just decide we can go ahead and trash card it. Well, discard a card at the end of turn. Now we're at threat 4, so pressure spike is active. But that only gives us a way to get through our barriers. All right, nothing worth advancing here on with a cohort, so we'll just cycle a card and gain some money. Perfectly fine trade-off. Yeah, we're at big money hours here on table 8. 24 to 17. Let's go. All right, looks like Fully Op drew us what we needed. We can just go ahead and get big money hours. Keep it on going. And we're going ahead and advancing it as well. Now with Cohort, we could easily put another advancement onto this before triple advancing and scoring out a 5-3. Now we've got an Ika coming down. So now we can handle sentries as well. This is indeed quite possibly the worst dice to see right now. Uh-oh. Shot having some internet issues, perhaps? We're back. Takes out the last click there for the runner. And we got a couple of discards, and we'll see if this isn't the end of the game. Yeah, you do have to anticipate that there's got to be something like a seamless launch or 4. Turning up the powers that be, and yep, go ahead and score it out. Asa. Tempo crimes all the way. All right, let's see what else we got going on here. 11 tables still going. Well, 10 perhaps. Looking for another good game to start up here. We're halfway through the round, so a lot of these might just be finishing up. Let's see how this one's doing. Oh. Never mind. That game's done. Okay, so that is 9, 8, 7, 6 more games running. All right. Thanks very much to our players here. We're checking in on Styx and Porcobolo, whose dreams have just been crushed, apparently, by an SDS drone deployment, or at least at some point during this match. I'm going to turn down the JNet sounds a little bit. All right. Click 1, triple advance an eminent domain. Use that eminent domain to install this SDS. Oh, we still got a powers that be. Just go ahead and pop another ice on there. That should be fine. We've got 3 points sitting in this remote. 4 ice deep. We got an archer and a sandstone. And, well, we can't afford to res another archer at this point. We could res 2 more sandstones. That'd be fine. Oh, looks like there's another archer in front of R&D anyway. Gotta go ahead and draw. Oh, well, I suppose with Holloman on the board, you don't need to have anything in hand. You don't need to pre-advance this SDS. Click 1, we'll draw 2 with a stone chip. All right, well, that's an answer to Holloman. Don't know that there's, like, an obelisk would run Audacity, but that's only going to get you 4 advancement counters. What else? You could import a seamless launch. It's definitely been done in Ob. Alternatively, pass the turn. Well, advance and pass the turn. You have to imagine if the runner's starting the turn, excuse me, on 0 credits, they're not going to be able to do entirely too much to get through here. So we're making a last-ditch effort onto running onto HQ. Wondering if we can find a 2-pointer in here. It's an Afshar, which I think is going to take the last credit that we need in order to get through the ice wall. And there we have it. There's that SDS being scored out. I anticipate seeing this Loisomen being trashed in the background here. No? Okay, well, I certainly would have done it, but I won't judge Styx for not. Good game. Good game, players. All right, what do we got here? We got 5 more tables going. Let me check real quick. Actually, how much time? Oh, and we actually will have a. We'll have another commentator in here in just a few minutes. Round one extension. We got over 10 minutes here, so yeah. Well, not for this one. Oh, it's background. Okay, well, let's see here. I think first thing, I can go ahead and unmute myself on Discord to ask if my co-commentator is here. All right, now that I've unmuted you on OBS, you are officially here. Let me go ahead and update. Where's my top bar? There we go. We've got casters now. Welcome, Thrantar. How's it going?
All right, thanks. You?
Not too bad. I got plenty of sleep before this. And then later today, I gotta drive over to Pittsburgh because tomorrow is their districts. So.
Oh, fun. That's potentially a bit of a trek.
3-hour drive. Got another player coming with me, so not too bad. But I am going to get absolutely destroyed, almost assuredly. But I'm looking through the tables that are still going. 4 of them are Wayland versus Hoshiko, and of those 4 Wayland, one of them is not Ob.
Yes, okay, I see the question here.
All right. We'll go ahead and pull back. We've got table 16 going on here. This is our non-ob. We've got the outfit. Since that's going to rotate after districts, I think it's a fine choice. Getting 4 ice deep on this run on R&D. Haven't stopped by a border control. Makes sense when the runner's on 6 points.
If everything is set up to be run on game point, we're seeing and we're taking the core up to 7 bad pub, which continues to be more than enough for the regulatory captures. Is potentially making some of these servers very cheap to run. Although Revolver will still eventually get tacked out regardless of how much bad publicity the corp happens to have.
Mm-hmm.
Just because eventually you run out of bullets. There is a simul chip to reload the Revolver. And notably, while not iced, Archives is being protected by the Trash virus. to sort of potentially deny Audrey options.
And we've also got 2 Botulists down as well. So touching that virus could be rather detrimental for getting into either of those servers. Well, the game continues.
The game does continue. And actually, one thing I wanted to bring up about my virus actually thinking about it is it does set that text about how it is an ambush if it's res that does 1 net damage.
Mm-hmm.
And currently looking at this Hoshiko, there's 1 card in stack and 0 cards in grip.
That's true. We do have a flatline option.
And all 3 labor rates are gone.
Now we've got a Trojan horse coming down.
Interesting. Trojan horse trashes, installed programs. Yes, that one.
Basically forcing the simul chip use.
Mm-hmm.
Just check and see what we got.
Probably has to be the... What has to be the cleaver? It's... The revolver is so close to empty already that I'm not sure trashing the revolver is...
I'd say trashing the revolver if only because, like, the revolver has a finite amount of uses.
Yeah, the revolver has a finite amount of uses.
Whereas, like, cleaver could just be brought back here. This is removing
The simul chip, exactly.
Well, 2 bullets, actually, because the gun is also a bullet.
The gun is also a bullet. I'm just going through and looking at influence spend, trying to figure out what could be left in the stack. I'm really seeing 11 influence accounted for so far out of the runner. So the last card in the second fifth of 4 influence could be basically anything except for a second class act. It goes for the trash on the botch list. And if that's not simul chipped, this remote is now just permanently safe. Potentially, depending on what the last card there is.
We're playing it. It's another simul chip.
So this is a case where simul chips interactions with revolver are very favorable here, because this opens up lines like run R&D, throw the revolver at the trebuchet, and then simul chip back in both the revolver and something else. Getting full value out of the revolver and then turning 2 simul chips live for recursion.
Mm-hmm. thimble rig. That's not good. Using the simul chip, getting rid of the odd read. Don't think we're going to be getting any more virus counters on there. Pull out the buzzsaw for a credit. We are going to see thimble rig being flipped over.
Migratory. And here we're seeing the great value of buzzsaw costing 4. This lets you spend the paladin credit to get the twinning counter when you symbol chip it for the install. Which is, I think, a particular interaction I don't think I've seen before.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the fun nuances of simulchip is that, you know, when you install it for 3 less, you don't, most of the time, like, you only if there are credits left over do you get the chance to use Poemu to charge your twinning. So in that case, Buzzsaw being exactly 4 credits is very powerful. And again, top 3, well, now top 2 of R&D are clear. Ten out of 20 points.
Trebuchets.
One more reg cap, probably. One more atlas, probably. Well, I can't say that for sure. I want to say that I've seen outfit decks run like 1 reg cap before.
I've seen both 1 and 3. I think 2 is not what I'm expecting. Although with time being called here on the corpse turn, I don't see any lines.
Playing escape net for fun. Get that simul chip out of here. Or, I don't know, maybe the twinning. Spite trash it. Ah, the trace was unsuccessful. All right.
6 or 3.
Yep. And that is the game. Time being called in the round, so after runner's turn, you just decide who has the most on points. And yeah, 6-3, runner takes the win there. Good game. Good game. Wondering where all those agendas were. Oh my goodness. Whoop. All right. Looks like there was a time extension for at least one of these tables. So, I might just go in and say, we'll take a quick break before the next round. It'll probably be about 10 minutes, 5 minutes at least.
5 to 10 minutes, I'd think, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll just go ahead and I'll just go ahead and mute us for a little bit, put a song on or two, and we'll catch you right after the break. All right, everyone, we are back. Time has been started on the round, so let's hop right on into it. We got Ace Empress on Achia versus Harmon B on Kiko Nisei. And we got an Adrian Sace. Reza, move that right on to R&D. Let's go.
One of the very nice tricks available to Twitch is the ability to sort of install these sysops with the double install, someplace they aren't protected at all, and then bring them over. Being a hybrid release and a Rashida trash hybrid release stolen. Now I don't see a whole lot of hybrid release currently.
Yeah, it saw, I think it was 2 copies, maybe even 3 in Loud at Worlds this past year.
Okay.
That was a PE deck, of course, so that's completely different ball game from Achia. But as far as Achia goes, being able to use that install, the install off of the hybrid release, assuming it's available, to get a double install.
Yeah, that definitely be a little bit of extra tempo. I do think Achia is a very interesting identity to me because I think it's very easy to look at the text and go, this is an incredible source of click efficiency and some savings on ice. There has to be something incredible to do with it. And I've seen a bunch of different shells. There's the Ginger Flower Sermon list. I've built lists with like fun houses on centrals and a giant remote with a B1001. We're seeing some different take entirely here with the hybrid releases possibly. And there's lots of interesting things to do. And somehow they just aren't quite. I don't know what the identity is missing.
What the ID is missing, you said?
Yeah, because for me, it's an idea. We're very much like I read it, I look at all the words, go, those are all great things. I mean, the limit of 2 servers is a little bit awkward.
Throwing down a naked moon pool there. It is 3 credits that you basically have to spend as runner if you don't have any information as to whether or not you've got flood in HQ.
Yeah, with the moon pool and with the hyper release, I'm looking at. I wonder if there's some sort of potential regenesis angle here. Moon pool, of course, notably removes itself from the game, and so doesn't actually go into archives.
Mm-hmm. So, assuming that you have those the agendas in archives and don't use
already.
the moon pool to trash them, yeah, or trash anything. I mean, but
Right. Use install icon to ice into the run here. I think sentries are the most scary face checks. In fact, we are seeing a sentry right now. It is an Anansi.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Both players spending down very low here.
Yeah, Ika the first time costing 8 to break an Anansi, pretty rough. But for as long as it's hosted on there, only costing 4, it's a pretty good rate.
Mm-hmm.
And a Tatu Bola that we can't get through on
Yep.
the Adrian server.
I would be possibly thinking about a contest there with Ace Empress being so low on credits, going down to 3 from the Anansi res.
Something I love about Atea with regards to JNet is that you can get server 4.
Yes.
My limit 2 servers. We got server 2 and server 4. It's like the classic numbering a bunch of pigs and letting them out in a building. Is that a classic to everyone? Is this just a Midwest
it's
thing?
Classic to me.
Okay, good.
But yes, I heard about it from... This is an interesting...
Judge, we've got the runner looking for info here that we can't give. Judge?
I do think these are some interesting choices here, on what to do.
I think this is about what I would say is correct. Like it, Harmon, you asking, oh. All right, well, there's no way we could have known, but geez.
The send a message on top is
a little much, but
the kicker. But the burner into jailbreak to catch both agendas is a very clean line. And
now let me see, was that 3 of 5 cards that were seen? Yeah. There were 5 cards in HQ, and 2 of the 3 that we saw from Burner were 2-pointers.
Mm-hmm.
That's all right. That is also a LAN party that's going on, so I'm sure the 2 of them are just really going at it, fist fighting in real life. So we'll let them be. What do we have? That was only about...
That was a very fast game.
Yeah. Yeah, we got over 30 minutes left, so what should we check in on here?
We're thinking about table 3, maybe? I always enjoy seeing some freedom.
Yeah, let's check in with them. All right. Bless. We got Bixby on Freedom versus Bubbles on Ag Infusion. Got an Anansi sitting in front of HQ here.
Looks like Cooper Bubbles right now is happy to just... Okay, I was going to say was happy to just econ up, but then they popped the Charlotte and install on top of La Costa. So perhaps feeling that they have sufficient econ for now and want to score some agendas with their 25 credits and La Costa grid.
Yep. I think that's about right. Let's see, 25 credits. That's enough to score 7 3-1s. So if we're ignoring ice just entirely, just don't think about the ice, then yeah, we're good. And we got the La Costa too. That's like 14 credits that we need. We could even resin ice with that.
Any ice, even Cloud Eater or something. There certainly are options for very expensive ice in the card pool right now.
I think what Cloud Eater,
Um,
Seraph, and Tyr are the high cost ones.
and next Diamond.
Oh yeah, of course. How could I forget?
Also Hydra.
Oh, I clearly am not caught up on my.
And those are just for the 10 cost. If we include 8s, we get things like these Anansi's.
Okay, well we already know about Anansi. That's not interesting. We know Anansi costs 8. We're into 10. We're in the double digits here. Keep up.
I do find it really amusing how I think all of the 10 cost ice in the card pool right now are sentries, as is the only 10 cost breaker.
How about that?
Unless you want to count Utman on 7, I guess.
How Hydra is still legal. How about that?
They actually took some copies to districts last weekend. They did nothing for me at any point during any of my matches, but I did sleeve them up and bring them.
And that's what matters. All right, what else did we get off of that?
Nick.
Hitting a mimic off of the price, also trashing a T400 memory diamond, gamble, and an ice carver.
So the ice carver being trash is potentially awkward here, with only one leech counter. Because without either more leeching or ice cover support or a turbine, this mimic is not looking very happy into Nancy.
It could be better.
And I think Cobra Bells remains happy to just try to score out while Fixby is getting his ducks in a row. Never quite understood why you need to get your ducks in a row. I've kept ducks, and they just kind of get themselves in rows whenever they go anywhere.
That's adorable. I'm pretty sure that keeping your ducks in a row is a common mechanic in Kirby and the Forgotten Land. I don't know why I'm just thinking about those ducks. That's my favorite part of that game is the ducks.
Mm.
And we're gonna boomerang this Anansi. Oh, and we've got a Botulus. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, I'll admit, I'm not sure I've seen the boomerang symbol chip botchless to break a Nancy and not take the 3 net.
It's a lot cleaner
Angle.
than, well, the simulchip part, that's just a sort of
Yes.
flexibility option, but Botulus much cleaner at finishing off the boomerang than say Poison Vial. But that's of course like, you know, Poison Vial something you'd play if you were actually playing Criminal. But this is freedom.
Yep.
We don't need that.
Or honestly, one thing I keep being, I want to come back to Quetzal actually, because there's enough, like there's a lot of, I've been seeing enough logjam recently, and Quetzal plus Poison Vial is just the cleanest answer to any logjam.
I don't know if I should be switching up my deck the day before districts, but All right, we got a hot 4 cards in this remote.
Yeah. So what are you thinking? Agenda Biovol virus.
I think that's probably the most. Well, if we're assuming that the advanced card is the Biovault,
Yes.
I'd say maybe could be Charlotte, but in effect, there's nothing like different between it being Charlotte and an agenda for the sake of like. I think the upgrade rather is the more important thing, and I think Mavirus is probably the call.
Mm-hmm. And then that was what was installed. This. Because kind of the.
I suppose this could be.
No, I'm not actually sure that makes sense.
Yeah, I think one of those cards was installed a turn before, so maybe, perhaps not.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about how you potentially use them use them on the run on HQ with the botchless.
Sorry, use what on HQ?
Popping the map to clear the botchless counters on the boomerang run.
Oh, yeah.
The Rebels is maybe looking a little bit flooded to me here.
Oh, I completely missed that. Bubbles spent the advancement counter on the Nisei to prevent the
boomerang run, yeah.
Yeah, the boomerang and the Steve. I was sitting here like, why isn't there anything removed from the game? What did Steve get? Did we decline Steve? Oh. More internet issues.
Okay, so this is sort of interesting to me. Bixby takes the Raindrops run and then fully breaks Anansi with Botchless.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that just after encounter asking for action is that anticipation of there being a virus to resin pop. So this is like either way, Raindrops is still gonna net you 2 credits. But but if that does end up being if it ends up being that you can't break the Anansi, then being able to to refresh the grip just immediately as a contingency plan is good. And for that matter, like Bubbles may have even like just declined to use Virus and is intending to
Right, that's
do it
my
later.
thought is now you don't have the raindrops and trashing 4 cards that you don't want and drawing trashing 3 cards that you don't okay, trashing some number of cards, some of which you want, and replacing them with other cards is potentially interesting, and there's a buffer drive even for Fix B.
Well, at least now we did, because that was the third raindrops, we were able to Steve back the other 2.
Mm-hmm. So now with 2 leech counters, right, this is freedom. We haven't actually seen that much that's terribly like freedom specific. We've seen fermenters, which everyone can go, I want more money, and just kind of play some fermenters. And the leech mimic package, I think, is a little bit suggestive of freedom. I haven't seen a whole lot of leeches around recently, but
Yeah, leech on freedom is pretty common, I would say. I think the two main freedom decks at Worlds ran 2 and 3 copies. Maybe it was both of them running 3.
mm-hmm.
All right, knock on wood that Bubbles' internet issues are sorted.
What to pinhole?
Taking the Lacosta.
Takes the very certain kill. The Lacosta is definitely a thing.
You know that it is not an agenda.
Yes. You also know it's not a snare. I'm really not expecting to see snare here, but
That's when you should expect to see snare here.
but I will say, if I ever pinhole a snare last click, I am so incredibly sad.
And yeah, that did end up being a 5-3, just cooking in that server. So in this install here, I don't think that we'd see Yagiuda. I don't think that we'd see... well, we might see Longevity Serum.
Yeah, we can... I think it's often pretty reasonable to end up on 1 longevity serum.
More reasonable than ending up on 2, at least.
Yes, if your opponent scores 2 longevity serums, you should consult a judge immediately. Possibly more than 1. Though I don't think that'll be needed.
If you call a judge over in that instance and they ask to call over another judge, that's probably for the best, but... Are the 3-2s for Hollow Man? No, I'm just wondering what could be installed that would win the game next turn. I don't think we have any... I don't
We
think we
haven't
have...
seen any influence spends. There could be one copy of Seamless floating around somewhere.
No spends outside of Spin Doctor, but yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. I guess
Actually,
technically
Braun.
counts, but... Oh, true. But there's still enough influence floating around that there could be a copy of Seamless floating around or something. Seamless is only 2.
Yeah, Seamless is a pretty reasonable... There we go.
Big ice.
Snack.
Yes, so these are some awkward choices for Bixby here.
We're probably gonna have some tags.
Although, good news, this is a raindrops run. So at least the net damage is kind of okay.
At least isn't as devastating as it could be.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's going to be any real tag punishment in this Bubbles deck, but I mean, just trashing the DJ Steve.
Trashing the Mimic.
Well, I'm saying with a basic.
Oh, sure. Yes, the tag punishment of just click on their resources and they're gone. Yes, that one. Okay. So I will say I think we've seen a couple copies of Mindscaping float in and out of places.
Oh, yeah, Mindscaping. I completely forgot about Mindscaping. Yeah, that could be devastating.
I wonder if there's any line at this point where Cover Bubbles just overinstalls the Announce on HQ with literally any face down ice because Ag Infusion.
It's definitely possible.
They can probably afford to wait one more turn on that with the Spotless only coming up to 2 counters on Fixed Beast turn.
Shuffled back Ice Carver, Simmel Chip, and another Labor Rights. So the Simul Chip can at least get you back the Mimic.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think we're going to be getting into server 1 anytime soon.
Right. If there's an agenda to just push this turn.
There are no Awaceras crew in this deck. I don't think there is anyway.
I don't think so. I think it's Freedom you're trying to trash the ice before it gets on the board and not after. So I definitely think Fixby is on the tag me plan at this point.
A counter surveillance would be clutch right now.
Yeah, counter surveillance R&D right now. Go for it. Because counter surveillance creates a yeah. Wait, does counter surveillance lock in how many cards it sees when you access? Like, sorry, when you breach or when you start the run?
Yeah, it is when you are successful, it checks the number of tags, and
Okay.
that's when you pay.
Yes, okay, so you can go through the cloud leader first and get another
4 tags.
Well, no, it's only 2. It's the
because
it's when the counter, if it was res this turn.
Yeah, so just 2.
It's still, really good to boot people into with ag. It's just not completely not completely absurd.
XP's wondering, is there a way out of this? You got to anticipate that whatever's in server 1 is scoreable.
Yeah. I mean, Anansi, painful, ultimately porous. Braun, uh, certainly very awkward, but like,
You're not going to
if
be
you
able to
have
get through it
clicks,
twice.
you can get through Braun. I wouldn't have minded running click 2 with 2 click. Like, if somehow Fixby doesn't lose on Cover Bubble's next turn, he can challenge this server with walk through Nancy, click through Braun, and then Sybil chip something in to solve whatever this last ice is, assuming that it's not a sentry with a hard ETR with a strength value of 4 or more, which would be exactly Surveyor here. There are not many sentries with hard ETRs.
Could be Archer. Could be Archer.
Oh, true, true. But if it's an Archer res, then maybe the score is not can go over.
Yeah, that was a pretty sure lockout, I think.
Yeah, that was
Uh,
certainly a rough place to be.
all right. I think we're just that. I believe was the last table. So
Yes, looks like it.
okay, and it looks like pairings are going up in 4 minutes. All right. Well, since we got a couple minutes until the next round, I think I'm just gonna pop on a song and we'll catch you all in about 5. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are getting started here with round 3. Getting straight up into it with a click 1 greasing. Get a greasy spin doctor up. A nice fast open, nice fast defensive open. Unfortunate to have to leave a spin doctor out, but I think the fact that we're not seeing an iced remote on turn 1 from a precision design means that we are going to have some game to talk about. There will be game after like 5 minutes.
So I'm going to note that this is a mulliganed hand for Augustus.
Yes.
Did not like his first hand, has taken a second hand, and possibly not the greatest fan of this one either. Although Gatekeeper firing could do a lot of work fixing a hand, getting some of those agendas out of the hand, getting action into the hand.
Shuffling back to an off-world and an Iniqua.
Potentially setting up for a Yodel here, though there's some tension with shuffling back in agendas if you're looking for your digital lifeline.
Yeah, a Yodel deck would almost certainly have would not have shuffled anything back. Much like Shoot the Moon, the most cursed deck in existence. Man in the Moon, I will never forgive you for this.
Going very low on economy here to get this Brawn Resed.
Can spend a click.
Makes you wonder if there's some form of credits behind it. Maybe a Regolith. We're probably going to see the crew being used to trash the Gatekeeper, get the access into HQ here. Even getting the install value off the crew tag with Sebastião.
Yeah, putting down a Manuel Lattes de Moura.
So it was some reporting behind the Brawn. It was a Rashida. Gets fired. Install on Tranquility for more money. And however awkward Augustus's head was earlier, it now appears to be mostly back to happiness based on what I'm seeing here. Like this is I think, board state that PD is reasonably happy with.
Yeah, we got some stability here. There's that drafter we saw earlier. What do we have? Oh, yeah, we have the Gatekeeper.
Yeah, we
can't res that, but can reinstall it.
Another group is just kind of being thrashed out with this eye for an eye. It is running very aggressively here. It's down to 1 credit. And we see the greasing the palm value with the tag. Is the tag being removed? No.
Maybe?
Maybe?
We might still be waiting for that.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure how checkpoints work here, honestly.
Yeah, so you'd resolve the gain the 5, then you may install the card from HQ. You got the 2 triggers off of that, and now we have remove a tag to
Okay.
okay.
Does remove the tag.
And then advances the other card.
Yeah, that's interesting to me. I'm not sure what advanceable upgrades
So
PD is playing.
I don't trying to think, is there in this instance, I don't think there's a good reason to just use it to remove the tag if you're not getting in, like, a bonus off of that advancement. All right, we got an ADT being scored out.
And we are seeing tremendous savings on this Tattoo Bola.
Not tremendous, but most definitely all of them.
Yes.
Using PD to take back that greasing the palm.
I do feel like I haven't seen the deployment task lists with like the singleton tier, just for the high roll option in a while.
Well, that's because you should be playing 3-tier.
Of course, of course.
Of course. How else are you going to save 10 plus credits?
I mean, I think we went over this earlier. There's a bunch of 10 cost entries.
There are 5. There are 5 of them. I don't know if I'd qualify that as a bunch, but there's definitely 5.
And none of them are in Wayland. That's what we need from Wayland in Elevation. Just a giant 10 cost Wayland Sentry.
Yep, there was a Manigarm. Yeah, I don't think that there's a reason to remove the tag with the greasing there. I think that's unless there is an effect I'm missing in a Sebastião deck that would happen as a result of removing a tag. I think you just want to leave the tag there.
It's denying potential. There's friend of a friend, right?
I guess. Yeah. Yeah, that could be a reason. Oh, I don't know. Because friend of a friend has an ability that removes a tag and an ability that gives you a tag.
Yeah.
And I think in Sebastião, you'd be more concerned with a Sebastião using the one that gives a tag.
Mm-hmm. I guess this in theory helps you represent Biovault, but I don't think even with this line, PD splashing Biovault is on my radar as a thing I'm going to consider and play around.
Well, now you've just advertised a very easy counterplay. Hey there, anyone who's going to be playing against Thrantar anytime soon. PD with Biovault? Surefire win.
And I don't think you can do the same thing with Biovault that you can do with Anoetic, because it's not a one access like Managar, we'd have to fire the Biovault first.
Scoring an off-world, finally getting some econ in this game.
I mean, I think free ice from Architect Deployment Test counts as econ, even if Tattoo Bola is maybe not the largest of hits.
It represents future income. It's an investment.
True, the poor credits on Tattoo Bola just feel so amazing every time the piece of ice fires. Of course, it does not fire if it stops existing um, during the encounter. But I perhaps do not think that I guess is the saddest about having a 2-cost, 1 sub, 1 strength barrier eat a crew. Representing an Echo score here, or just another off or Arctic deployment test, or if he's playing anything interesting now that Luminal's gone.
Maybe the ADT?
Yeah. But this is potentially representing an Ico score, and that would be game.
Mm-hmm.
And Iqua with potentially a Managarm here in the root of server 2. This is looking very awkward to get into. There's still the Spin Doctor on the table from turn 1.
So there is.
Banhai, relatively clean answer to Drafter. Hot Pursuit, a class act.
Contaminate.
Contaminate. Challenging the server with Audrey. Only 2 cards in hand, though, which is not a lot. But they certainly go further when one of them is Sealskin.
This is true.
It goes further when 2 are Steelskin. However, there is the Anoetic Void, the PD special.
That PD special. A 4
Very-
influence upgrade from from Jinteki. Good game. PD at it again.
Yep. PD scoring with the Anoetic Void, Tranquility Home Grid, and just kind of jamming until stuff works.
All right. Well, we got plenty of time to hop into another game, so let's see what we got. You checking out a table too?
I can check table 2. Yeah, give me a second.
Oh, I just saw a spectator had joined there, so.
Oh, no, that's not me.
Well.
I can go for table 2, though. Give me 1 second.
If you want.
All right, we're good to spectate on table 2.
Cool.
Being Bob, piloted by Mr. Six, versus Hoshiko Shiro, piloted by Cobra Bubbles. So the first thing that's actually jumping out to me here is this agenda suite. So we're seeing this little bit of an eminent domain package that found an Archer. We're also seeing SDSs, but we're also seeing. I think we might also be seeing game here. No, that can't be game. There are just not enough points. It's another Ozef protocol. Right, so we're seeing the eminent domain. We're seeing as well as we're also seeing SDSs, and I don't feel like I've been seeing all that much of Ozef protocols and eminent domains in the same deck.
Well, Jeff is normally. I don't think anyone's playing it outside of Ob. Maybe there are some sickos out there. Some real Brewsters.
Labor rates coming in for Hoshiko.
Okay, there are
Chips coming
some
back.
decks on NRDB from like a year ago. We got
That
an
are running
outfit.
SF at Eminent.
Yeah, we got an outfit, we got a Nuven, and we got another outfit. Fascinating.
If I could, I'd absolutely play As of Protocol in HB. But I can't. It is a shame.
Well, maybe someday. Null Signal will do us a favor and ruin the game and let us play Agendas out of faction.
All right, so both players are now at 5 agenda points. This is game for whoever can find the next agenda. Since I am not expecting to also see hostile takeovers here. Although
No.
there could be a standoff floating around. Actually, there could be a standoff floating around.
Yes. There could be.
Okay, maybe the next agenda doesn't win the game. There are 7 face-down cards taking out in archives that haven't been checked, but there's a Descent taking out protecting HQ that hasn't been picked up. So this is possibly suggesting to the runner that the corp is extremely confident in the state of their archives right now, and that it does not need fixing, regardless of whether or not it actually does.
Would be a hell of a
then
bluff.
Well, there's also face up in archives, the Mav. So with Audrey, although granted Audrey's empty at the moment, but also a 3 virus counter fermenter. I'm not terribly incentivized to go lose my fermenter value.
What fermenter value?
Well, not anymore. Now the fermenter's been popped for. Imp being symbol chipped in. Okay, Ganucci's an Audrey trash.
And there's the SDS. That was, let me see, trashed the border control with the imp, and then trashed the imp to the SDS.
Yeah, but I think the imp install was to essentially guarantee that there'd be a trash on this run for the Audrey counter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just giving any means of bringing the Audrey back to life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good game. All right. Still got what, 10, 15 minutes? We could probably pop into at least one more game here.
Yeah, about that. I think we've got one more here. Maybe table 10?
Yep.
Nope, table 10 just finished.
Okay. Let's see. Let's check in on table 5. See how far they are. Oh, yes. Oh. This is fascinating. Just popping in here and we got a nice empty R&D.
Yeah, it feels like they're talking through options here, but there is perhaps not an out here.
Getting up another ontological. The 4 core damage. Oh, good.
Yep, but that is not quite enough.
1 click short. Ugh.
Yeah, one click, score the last ontological, and
Corp get decked. Corp get decked. Corp get decked. Oh, wow.
yeah, for a moment the ability to score on your turn before mandatory draw crossed my mind, but I don't see how that does anything here.
Fast advanced core PD.
Yep.
Let me see how table 3 is going. Oh, table 3 is done.
I do believe this round is finishing up with only how many minutes remaining? 1 second.
All right. I think with the last couple games finishing up, we might just want to go ahead and hop onto our lunch break.
Yes.
Let me see if I can find
We've
a
actually had the lunch break
in
start
50 minutes.
timer. Yes.
Is that what I have my timer on right now? Let's see. Nope, I have it at 35. So let's just go ahead and set that to 49. Looks good to me. All right. Well, I'm going to pop on some tunes and then we will catch you after lunch.
Mhm.
Everybody make sure to eat up, get some energy, do some stretching and whatnot, and we'll catch y'all soon.
for volunteering your time to the Symbian Consumer Marketing Focus Group. Your opinions are valuable to us and we want to know what they are. Tell us everything. 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 Tell us everything. 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 Thing.
Trust the Whaling Consortium. Built to last. The Whaling Consortium. Builder of nations.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. We are just getting started here with round 4. We have just hopped onto one of our tables that may need an extension, apparently.
Yes, you should answer the fire alarm, and not being on fire is more important than Netrunner.
It at least seems like it's a fire alarm for a large building. So quite possibly, the player's apartment is not on fire. Oh, never mind. It looks like it was a repair. All right, well.
All right. So we have a repair. Maybe table 10? How do you feel about table 10?
I have no problems with table 10. Sorry, I'm looking at the Discord to make sure that there's not an issue with that fire alarm, but it seems like it's not a problem, but okay. We are indeed gaming. Or at least we will be, very shortly.
We are here on table 10. Trade on Asmari EdTech versus Lucy on Arasana.
Yep, we'll have time going on the round shortly here.
There's sort of been two builds of Asmari going around. One, of course, the re-education Jupe said sort of combo lists. And then also there's been the Better Citizens program that I've been seeing floating around some with the self-growth programs and the tagged punishment.
Not one I'm familiar with. This is the 44 card, or this says Mari does have 44 cards, so it's a lot less likely to be the combo deck, but we shall see.
I don't think it entirely rules out the combo option. It does provide more space for tech cards if you're willing to go a little bit slower. Seeing some slow initial setup.
Throwing down a Spin Doctor for the draw.
Spin. 1 second, I'm looking to see if there was... Okay, so yes, both players mulliganed. They're starting hands. These are their new 5s. And that's certainly an excellent tool for picking this remarkably wide Asmari board. Crafting out a Rishida and a Hollow Man.
Leaving the Spin Doctor on the board.
It does open up the line of using the spin to shuffle back the Rashida and or the Hollow Man, and or, well, not and, like, you can't shuffle back 3 things. That would be a little bit strong maybe, but
Could you imagine if you could shuffle back 3 cards with Spin Doctor? Anyway.
and maybe click to draw 2.
Sounds fake. They'd never print it. Now we're taking the wheels run on the Spin Doctor.
Yep, hand now being used to challenge the Spin Doctor. Unfortunately, destroying the surfer will not generate a tag, as the run is neither successful nor unsuccessful. In one of those odd superpositions of how Netrunner works.
Pantograph.
Now, I think Pantograph is actually pretty suggestive. Not conclusive, but suggestive as a console. Because there's the line with Pisha Shao and Conduit. Where if you can find a steal with the Conduit, the Pantograph will reinstall the Pisha Shao for you for free. And then you just keep clicking the Conduit button.
Do love to click the Conduit button.
Slapping some slap vendals down. Double ping.
Double ping bonus.
It does ultimately get in, and Rashida is very cheap to trash, leaving Enough money to clear these tags.
That's probably the correct call.
Depending on what other click shade available are, there's also the option of using Hannah, the click trash, gain 2 clicks and remove a tag, which does maybe lose out on some long-term value with losing access to the free Hannah runs on the remote, which right now are pretty free. 2 credits to get in. Pings are not very durable. Possibly just feel forced to use the Hannah now. Telework, clear. But could also be Hannah the remote. Yeah, Hannah the remote. Check whatever's in here. Then throw Hannah at the tags. Is a possible line here.
It was a Beal.
Beal. Interesting. Or just some draw.
Turtok's asking, is this a self-growth program list? And it quite could possibly be. I don't know if that is running, or I don't know what else is running in that agenda suite.
Mm-hmm.
But Beald certainly isn't part of a combo deck, so.
Yeah, I don't think this is Big Beal as Mari. That would be a little wild. I say as a proponent of Big Beal.
Ooh, amazing.
I wonder if we're going to see like freedom of information or something. This has been incredibly taggy. There's been pings, there's been opposition research, there's been amaze amusements. I think the nice big value predictive planogram. It's basically Rashida, except you don't even have to spend a turn installing it and protecting. Just get those 3 credits, 3 cards, and I was just thinking to myself about how, like, even though the big predictive planogram, the 3 cards, 3 credits version get both, like, still feels worse than Rashida because you don't get to sneak the click into a different turn.
Right,
Like,
by virtue of it being an operation, you have to spend the click.
Yep. Like Rashida, you could just have all 3 clicks available to use your 3 new cards, and with predictive planogram, that's just not quite true.
Now, if you sudden commandment into a predictive planogram, and then you use the threat effect, it's almost like you haven't popped a Rashida at all.
Yeah, it sounds like you didn't get the credits because you just spent them all in your click back. We're going to see the pop on the skin. Are we going to see
Line of access, okay.
spending down to? Actually, one thing I've been a little bit surprised by this game is that trade on Asmari has just been leaving Asmari on event. It's just been event.
Yeah.
Um, and like, I think at events, I'm not sure event is where I want to be against Arasana.
Especially against Pantograph.
Especially against like Pantograph, um, and also just Arasana with the like I'm just going to install a program for my grip without using a click.
Right. See, with with event, that's the only way in which you can't get 2 credits from scoring an agenda. Like obviously, Pantograph doesn't care about what type of installation it is,
Mm-hmm.
so they can still dodge what you name, but you still make them have to dodge it. Is the way I see it. And especially like in the early game, uh,
Yeah.
when we're not seeing when runners are still needing to get set up.
Mm-hmm. I think I just let this virtual service agent fire and lose a credit.
Yeah, you can pay a credit instead of losing a credit. It's fantastic.
I can pay a credit to take a tag instead of losing a credit. Um,
How bad could it be? What
I
could
mean,
possibly go wrong?
so honestly, we were talking about this field earlier. It's like, what's this field even going to do? It's not going to do anything fancy. But and I agree, this is not going to be Red Planet Courier's spiel. It could, however, be psychographic spiel.
Hmm.
Or just shipment from Vladislavsk.
Hmm. Why not both?
Um, yeah, it could be both. But like shipment spiels is 3 points, and psychographic spiel is of course some amount of okay. And attempt to just kill the rudder instead. Orbital superiority coming in here. With a click remaining potentially for end of the line.
Trade-ons just I just think they're neat.
So we're possibly looking for a misdirection near print here in an elevation, or maybe we need Citadel Sanctuary back.
Just going to go ahead and clear that tag.
Being tagged is looking like a very dodgy place to be at the moment. So with presumably a full set of off-offs and orbital superiorities, definitely tomorrow's headline. There's no way there isn't tomorrow's headline in this list.
And then 2 Beals.
Would be 3 Beals, but that means that this is possibly not a self-growth program list. There's with the Beals, I'm not seeing where there's the agenda space, unless it's running like two splits of agendas. And I mean, like maybe it's a one of orbital because, or a 2-1 split between orbitals and Beals, and then 3 off-offs and 3 self-growth. 3 better citizen programs. Too many programs. Some programs are agendas. Some programs are operations. Some programs are even programs that on the other side of the field.
When will the madness end? Can't wait to print the new console asset upgrade.
Okay, now you have made me annoyed that like those old HB agendas, like what was it? Mandatory upgrades. Does not force you to have upgrades, does not help you play upgrades, does not have anything whatsoever to do with upgrades.
Armed asset protection doesn't have you protecting any assets. Those are already in archives. You're just counting them.
True.
There's an off-off. Get some tags. Alright, that's after the run ends. Take some tags. And a Holloman.
Are now entirely broke, 0 credits. Corp at a very healthy 18 credits. Although honestly, being at 6 agenda points is also a place that I'm fairly happy to be as the runner.
Agreed. Turtok is saying some programs are runner identities. Is that a Shiro joke?
That would be Apex, I believe.
There's a program called Apex.
I believe thematically, Apex, the runner identity mini faction, is an AI program.
Alright, well, I suppose that counts. Shiro's an ice. So, yeah, I guess. All right. Holloman out of tomorrow's headline. Nice solid 3-2.
This element's like the cost does add up here. Another Holloman advanced score, Beal.
Still have enough for one more.
Yes, but it does make protecting both HQ and R&D look a little harder with only 6 credits to rest 2 pieces of ice.
Well, just don't res either. And then
True.
the runner just doesn't touch the agendas. It's that simple.
Checking archives, maybe force the spin pop. Spin is being popped.
This would be a prime time to play trick shot. Well, that'd be a prime time to get a game loss. Or, I guess, get banned from the tournament. Because you submitted an illegal card. All right. We got the triple slap bonus.
No credits.
Who needs them?
Well, there's a virtual service agent, so no one, apparently.
I'll go ahead and lose none credits. By the way, Fazarum Entangler.
Slap handles are notably proper icebreakers, unlike, say, botchless, so they do support Unity.
Snare!
Click snare. I think the most stylish way to win here is to fast advance out an orbital.
Well, I think we knew that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
Let's see. Tags gained 12.
And 0 tags remaining, so tags cleared.
Yeah.
12.
Nice. A nice inferable stat. And a really good game. That was a lot of fun. Oh, I just now noticed too, in that last bit of damage from the snare, poison vial. And also trade on saying another snare in HQ. Very funny.
The poison vial is a nice little support piece for slap vandals.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Let's make the line much into things like Brawn or potentially Logjam. A bunch of annoying 3-step ice. Anansi is another thing that's pretty clean a time or two with Vandal and some poison. All right, let's hit a refresh and look at some of these matchups.
See, there are 7 tables still going.
Yeah, there's a bit still going on. Table 11's got a Padma.
I wouldn't mind checking out a Padma.
Sure, I'll poke my head and ask. All right, that's a no on table 11.
Okay.
Let's see. Table 2, maybe?
Yep.
All right, and we are good to stream on table 2.
All right. Oh my goodness. Okay.
We are seeing
Drudge work.
a Hoshiko with 2 core damage. Where's this core damage from? There's a Light the Fire in archives. And a labor rates removed. Have there been 2 fires lit?
That seems like the most reasonable. I don't see any core damage in the bin. Or in archives, I mean.
Yeah, we are seeing some like this is the Venti ob with upgrade piles and the mad tag kill combo. So looking at servers like server 3, I can see why you'd want to just show up with a Molotov and go, yeah, we're just gonna burn that all down and go home. I don't want to touch that in any sort of normal fashion.
All right. Let's extract out a dredge work for an urban renewal. Love to see it.
Yes, sometimes you do not get to ignore the giant pile of upgrades in the server indefinitely. Possibly an effort to force the runner to come in here and interact.
Lucy has just popped in asking, hello chat, did you enjoy me dying to top deck snare? We certainly did. What a way to end. Great game.
Yeah, that was an excellent finish. spinning back
I told you, you're
head of
supposed
the line and drudge work.
you expect the snare when you don't expect the snare.
These anvils are pretty rough here. The runner just does not have many installed cards to spare. Ob can trash a tithe or one of the upgrades in server 3 or one of these spare pieces of ice that isn't rezzed. And just tax out Smart 2's board state a little bit more.
Yeah, this is the more dangerous part, I think. Like, yeah, trashing one of the runner's installed cards is good. But Ob being able to find to just like pull out cards on a whim.
Yes, the fact that it turned into an upgrade on R&D and now Smart 2 might have to just jack out here and not have really accomplished anything with this run. Certainly does not win the trace. 28 credits to 6.
Two core damage is also not a great place to be with an urban renewal ticking down.
That is also a very good point. Although, is the urban renewal ticking down? I am not convinced of this.
I guess not. 7.
And a new thing, and all of the money in the world. This upcoming end of line is looking pretty lethal with a grip of 3.
Audrey is at least here to provide you a turn or two of Audrey armor, depending on how many steel skins are left.
Hey, true. The timing on that is a little awkward since you have to do it preemptively, and then the corp just doesn't end of the line.
Yeah. And then you got to discard next turn. So
Yeah.
it is a time. It buys you a little bit, but
I am seeing all steel skins are left. I'm not seeing any in the heap. Hmm. Nibble chip boxless HQ. is. I'm not sure what the angle is here.
I guess you're assuming. Winchester's not great. I guess you're assuming a flood of some variety, if nothing else. Drudge work's been gone a couple turns.
Also, I think a little bit curious about botchless on the inner HQ ice, because botchless on the outer HQ ice, like you can break with the symbol chip right now. You break 2 subs, and then you symbol chip the botchless onto the inner and hope that that breaks it too. Um, Handful, you get the trash, you get the
Virus.
sewage.
Sandstone.
Just sandstone.
Okay.
R&D is not bleeding anything. Bit trash, but
There we go.
yep, and it's a line.
GG. Good game. That op deck is brutal.
Zero, zero, a nice even game on agenda points.
Yeah, not quite time in the round. Very close. Might have gotten an extra turn there if Lucy hadn't managed to draw the end of the line. She might have already had it for all we know, and just draw to add to the suspense. But
I believe that was Lovelace.
what did I say?
Lucy.
Ah, yes, that's my Lovelace. My apologies. Yeah, Lucy. Now that I think about it, uses LL as the start.
We did see Lucy the previous
earlier.
Game.
Yeah,
that was
the
all
snare.
these games are blended together. The snare, yes, right.
Yes. Ah.
We are down to just one table remaining, which I think will be done pretty shortly.
Yeah, I don't know if this table has an extension or not. Probably not. There was a judge call, so might be a second. But I actually could stand a step away for a few, so I don't mind letting that game finish up and going to like a 5-ish minute break.
We could also talk about how we're thinking about the standings and general tournament metadata if we want to talk about something for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, here, let me pull that up. I am still going to step away for a moment, but I will pull that up so it'll be on the screen. Maybe I should pull it up in the right browser. Right. Have to adjust something on stream that is bothering me.
Yep.
All right, yeah. We got standings up here.
As we're waiting for the round 4 results to come in, finish coming in. We're seeing a pretty diverse set of identities and factions at the top of standings.
Yeah.
Like across our undefeated players, we've got 3 corp factions, only missing NBN.
We've even got Ampere Nova. That rules. I'm all about that.
And actually, NBN does have a ASMR list that is currently 2-0 in game score. That was, and also a Near Earth Hub 2-0, both of which were paired with a not quite as successful runner. Of course, with only 2 games of Corp and 1 game of runner or vice versa played, certainly faction win rate data is a little bit fuzzy at the moment. But we will learn more as the day continues, and I believe we have quite a bit of day left to go. This was, I believe, a 7-round tournament with a cut to top 8.
Yep. Single elimination. No biting.
So we will have another 3 full rounds, and then the cut.
Okay. I do actually have to step away for a few, so I am going to
Okay.
just throw us to a break. Yep. We'll be back in a few. All right. Sorry about the delay, everyone. Let me pull back the curtain. We get underway with round 5. Got Experimental on Asa versus Lord Getlander on Nova Nishiuma.
All right, and we see a challenge onto HQ here. Getting a Gatekeeper res, which is apparently doing some agenda fixing, as 3 agendas are being shuffled back into R&D. Lord Getlander goes, hey, there's much better agenda density in R&D now. Let's run that next. Unfortunately, does not find anything, but does mutual favor out a buzzsaw. Seeing the mutual favor for a buzzsaw. Buzzsaw, obviously, a very clean answer to Gatekeeper on all turns except the first one. Very rough answer to Gatekeeper on the first one, but
fully operational to get us 5 credits, and Getlander saying, "Gets my
the
5
runner
credits."
5 credits, as that is a diversion of funds coming in very cheaply with that buzzsaw through the Gatekeeper.
Another fully operational. Let's gain 7 credits this time.
Can't steal all of them.
Do for me again, Nova. I bet you won't.
I mean, there's labor rights, there's Ashen, there's we are seeing the Cleaver come down.
A Nico
Doing
campaign.
an excellent job of finding the right breakers at the right time. With this Buzzsaw Cleaver rig, I am expecting that there is a turbine somewhere in the deck. This could be a very nice, pretty doomy rig that us group will have to outpace. Because, Cleaver Salt Turbine, very strong core for breaking most things.
Absolutely.
Could even throw in that amp pyramid, which also has the 1 to break 2 subs. And on amp pyramid is of course the strength boosting that requires the stealth credits, not the breaking.
Oh. Sorry, I had to zoom out. There's another server out here.
Another server. Asa's busy doing Asa group things. Although this Hana coming down will definitely help with checking what's going on with all of these places. Won't, however, help with trashing whatever's going on in all of these places. The wage worker is looking a little bit expensive at 4 credits to trash.
Definitely a
Let
card
alone
that,
everything else.
a card that's painful to leave on the table. But okay. It's quadruple advance and off office.
Advance, wage workers advance, triggers the off, gets you forward, score the off office, triggers the powers that be, install onto Tranquility Home Grid.
We got a revolver.
In full suite of breakers here. Again, not looking great now that there are 3 icebreakers down. Lever shreds for just 1 credit. Rashid is trashed. Overclock credits trash the Tranquility home grid. So as much as that turn looked incredibly exciting, Lord Getlander's economy held out just long enough. Although seeing as he's back down to 1 credit, maybe Experimental has some time here to go do some pushing.
Reboot.
Okay. I mean, reboot for Aesop's Pawn Shop, like that's 15 credits over 5 turns. 14 credits over 5 turns. Sorry, reboot costs 1. Aesop's costs 1, I guess, but like, this is still a lot of econ over time.
The very cool econ engine. It's
Like one of those really old HB campaigns, the big ones.
like the Adonis. I modeled for that.
Yeah, like the Adonis. I remember Adonis being. Okay, yeah. Okay, I was looking at seeing printings system core 2019, and then I finished reading the printings. It was like also revised core, also core. Yes, Adonis is the one I was thinking of. Giant campaign, takes forever to pay you, and is just quite a bit of money once it finally finishes. Well, yeah, more money. 5 decisions. Just have stuff. All the stuff. It's fine. A completion coming down. Steals the wage workers. That's certainly a way to save money on trashing it. Potential options to come into HQ now. Trash the compilation. Look at all 3 cards.
Holloman. Nikawa. And the Spin Doctor. Do you still have the clicking credits to take that Ikawa, which is nice?
Although electric take the Equa means that it's much harder to challenge server 1 or server 5 now. Server 1 was Rashida. Rashida's being popped. Corp is now back at a very full hand. And continuing to jam into server 1. And continuing to jam into server 1 because, as Asa, why not jam 2 things into server 1? Okay, one's a Spin Doctor. Immediately being popped.
Are we going to jam into server 1?
We might, in fact, see another jam into server 1. Jams into server 1. And an upgrade on HQ.
I think that was a mistake. I think that was supposed to go into server 1.
Maybe.
I don't think the Holloman got trashed out of HQ, right? So that could just be where that went. But it's not exactly the safest place to keep it.
So, I mean, honestly, there might be one in R&D, in HQ, and in server 1. And then you just res whichever one the runner doesn't go and kill.
Well, at 25 credits, you just res all 3 of them.
That seems inefficient. Although, I will have you know, this is like the worst fast advanced plan of all time. You install an agenda. No, that doesn't work. How do I get my agendas to move servers in the middle of my turn? There's gotta be something that does this. Right, no, yeah. Holoman's not a region. You could just stick 3 Holomans face down in one server. Res 1 Holoman, Res 1 trashing the first Holoman. Yeah, this works.
I will still my favorite play, I think, of all time involved resing to oh no. Oh, what a finality. Well, all those cards are going into HQ.
Yeah, so on the one hand, breaking R&D lock. On the other hand, breaking R&D lock, there could actually be agendas there now. Group jams more cards into Surfer 1 and declares that they're fully operational with these 29 credits. I do happen to agree that 29 credits is probably enough, actually, to be fully operational. 6 ice. It's really possible that Experimental can't res 6 ice for 29 credits, but looking at the ice we've seen, Hawkins pretty cheap, Drafters, Gatekeeper's cheap, but if Barrier's cheap, there's maybe Drafters around somewhere. Middle threading coming in, trashing a Managram Skunkworks. And Biotic.
And wage workers.
Right. That's going to be a 5-3. If I do my math correctly.
Nope.
That's going to be a very big Vitruvius, actually. It's going to be a Vitruvius with 2 counters.
I think it's just the one. Because the Vitruvius was just installed.
Oh, okay, yeah. There's a line you do not see in Jiteki every day. Uses Aesop's Pod Stop to trash Mutual Favor and gain 3 credits.
It's the best card to trash for 3 credits. Best installed card to trash for 3 credits. Mutual Favor.
Although that does finally finish off the reboot. And unfortunately, Nova is not NBN and cannot keep churning out reboots for beloved properties.
Think at any time, yep, Vitruvius back to Biotic, and this has got to be game, yep.
And this has to be the game, yep.
Doesn't even use the wage workers. Click to advance. Could have gotten another counter on there. But that's alright. Won the game anyway, I guess that's fine. Good game. Good game.
Win the game is a pretty good step to accomplish.
Yeah. Getting through the entire suite of reboot trashes. It's honestly kind of impressive. All right. Well, let's see here. We still have plenty of games to go.
Indeed. Plenty of games, plenty of time.
Excuse me.
How do I feel about table 4, maybe?
Table 4? Yeah, I mean, Are they still going? Is that?
The game exists. I haven't tried my head in yet.
Oh yes, they're just not numbered. I see. Okay. Let's pop in and see if they are. All right, cool. They are all right with it. So, table 4, we got Lat versus PD.
So I mean, Lat has built a very nice rig. Nice set of the Cleaver and Oiler and Echelon, all supported by a turbine. Reflect burn coming in here. There is a slight problem in Profaka's complete and total lack of credits, having 0. There are 5 on this overclock, but that is, I think, not quite enough to get into this server.
Yeah, it costs 4 to get through the gatekeeper. Got some clicks to go through Braun, but that's going to be awkward. Well, I mean, we're already out of
There's a
credits, so
Managarm.
it'd be awkward. Oh, yes. So then I think we simply jack out here.
And Augusta Theater is threatening to score here in server 1, although that would require a seamless launch. Or for it to be a Vitruvius. And for it to be a Vitruvius? No, sorry, yeah. Does require a seamless loss. Whether it's Vitruvius is entirely... Okay, requires a seamless launch or for it to be a Vitruvius. Yes, there we go.
Right. With PD, it's a pretty large chance that there's a seamless. I haven't looked through the logs to see if there's one, but...
There is one in archives currently. There's the seamless, and there is another seamless. Augustus Caesar
Yeah,
finishes
it's a
in style with 8 points.
Over score.
Showing off.
Credit perfect. All right, well, we've still got time. What else can we check in on?
Table 7, maybe?
Built to Last versus Sebastian. That could be. Yeah, if you just want to pop in and.
Yes, we are good to spectate on.
Oh, yes. Thank goodness. I disagree with a send a message, but other than that, I am all about the agendas that we're seeing here.
Yes, the Senate message is definitely doing a lot of the heavy lifting for the agenda point total of the 6 agendas that Eden has scored in its score area.
6 agendas, 5 points. What is this? Tool? Oh,
Also, over half of the agenda points are being provided by the single Senate message.
yeah.
We're actually a pretty interesting board state here. Although Built Last is struggling a little bit on econ. Although so is Spatio. Both players pretty broke. But we are seeing a very healthy ice on R&D and HQ, our turn each. And on the one hand, I look at Audrey and think, okay, well, Audrey boosts for 3, and Audrey breaks 2 subs at a time. So it lines up pretty well into this thing that's 6 strength with 4 subs. But on the other hand, that's still just a lot of stuff, honestly.
Also, something that I noticed that I have to lament on Sleeper's side, that up in the RFG section is an SDS drone deployment that was forfeited to Resin Archer.
Yes, that is a little.
That was the one agenda that was available to Resin Archer. Oof. Now, notably, one of the first things I noticed when we joined was there was a Tucana sitting on top of archives. Tucana with a standoff is effectively like eminent domain for an archer.
Yes.
But Eden took all 3 standoffs, which is so unfortunate.
Mm-hmm. Think published access coming in here.
Turtok suggesting just a slash summon pizza field. And once again, there's the Contaminate. What kind of maniac infects its own rig?
I remember Contaminate Conduit used to be a thing for a while.
I love Contaminate. It's
A little bit ago. Factoring in some HQ multi-access.
trash a mess in Chesto. I mean, I wouldn't say no to that.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly Massachusetts, a piece of ice that is at its very, very, very best in Built to Last. I play it some in Prov, and it's just not as good as it is in BTL. NGO resed, NGO popped. Slowly recovering that credit total.
Chesto was Midnight Sun, so I want to say that it was in both of Sokka's Worlds lists, but I could be mistaken. No, I'm sorry. He did not play. I don't believe that he played Built to Last in 22.
I do not recall offhand.
was definitely Worlds 23. Message Chesvo is so powerful and built to last.
Mm-hmm. So Hammer is just a very awkward piece of ice on this board state, and like you don't want to run through Hammer, get something trash, and then spend another virus counter on Audrey. But the problem here is this is an SDS now coming out, getting scored behind that Hammer, and that Audrey's gone either way. Although the development of the crew is potentially a way to threaten this Hammer, although the crew does need a little bit of support. Double crew kill Hammer.
Not seeing, and oh no, I was looking at Imp and for some reason was thinking it was Leech.
Yes.
I don't know if Leech is in this list.
It is a utility program with virus counters that kind of hangs around on the board. But other than that, it is much more similar to Data Sucker. Actually, I think Imp is more similar to Leech than it is to Data Sucker, upon reflection. Yes.
Turtok is saying that Sokka was on Snacks in 22, and I don't remember what that is.
Seen some drawing and filtering with Class Act. Strike Fund being played, just for credits. And it is time to Ashen. New hand. What got RFG'd? Duplicate Solidarity Badge, that's fine. Strike Fund. Banhorse might be sad.
It was Sports Medal. Okay. And next activation command. Understandably, taking a second to think here.
Yeah. Both of these players remain low on credit totals. However, while Eden just fixed its stack issues with this Ashen Epilogue, shuffling its heap into its stack, Wayland does not possess more technology, so I don't know how Sleeper's CZE is going to address their R&D problem, seeing as it only has 5 cards now.
Yeah, that's
I
not
do
noticed
not
that.
think I do not think this will go down to an actual deck out like we saw earlier, but certainly
We can hope.
this can force Sleeper CZE to uh, take some more ambitious lines. As it is possible to just run out of time if
Yeah, so we've got 9 of 18 points out right now. I think this is a 44 card deck. Not sure, but
no, we have 12 of 18 points out because of the SDS and the RFG.
yes, you're right. So presumably an SDS and an Ascend message.
Yeah. Yes, send a message. Which makes that install advanced very interesting to me.
Reads like an
one
NGO
advance
front.
is not. Yeah. An NGO.
Well,
Um,
with Audacity, it could be enough to score on a
with
5-3 next
Audacity, it could
turn.
be enough to start a 5. Advance, Audacity. Yeah, okay. So I think there's some concept here. Okay. Okay, that's a cool. Cool line. Lowering the strength with the first crew.
And then using that to install the second
And
crew.
using that to install the second crew.
Yeah.
And then now this sets up next turn. Come in with the second crew, which threatens to trash the border control, unless the border controls pop preemptively. But if border controls pop preemptively, you just run back because.
All 3 biovaults are in the bin. Only seeing... Oh, well, 2 NGO fronts. So...
Yeah, only seen 2 NGO fronts so far, but those are not... those are cost influence. 2 Messenger transfers, we're just looking at 10 influence in the bin right now.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't looking at influence, just kind of looking at the bin, but...
Mm-hmm.
Just considering what the odds are that this is not trashing the Araceris crew.
Right, because this makes the border control durable. Which means that whatever's in server 2 maybe lives. Okay, it's an NGO.
Advancing the ice to gain a credit.
Yep.
Now we're installing.
Does give away that the ice is advanceable, but I guess that's actually pretty suggestive now with 2 Mess and Chest foes. Actually, no, that doesn't. You're seeing that there's 3 Mess and Chest foes. Odds are actually pretty decent. The Corp has seen the third one, and it could be Treeline or Logjam. Logjam has ice upgrade operation asset.
Sauce in the chat has just reminded me that Global Food Initiative is a card that used to exist. Disgusting.
Yes.
I will never miss GFI.
What's actually coming out here?
Bringing back the
Unfortunately,
Araceris.
no programs to recur.
None? Oh, yeah, because of
There's the Ashen.
Epilogue. Yeah. Yep, we anticipated Massachesto.
Majesto. This does return the corp to being broke, though.
I mean, you don't advance... oh, no, wait, there's not an advancement on this one now.
I mean, it's advance Massachesto, advance whatever's in server 2, advance whatever's in server 2. And now there's 3 credits. Yeah, no, this is credit perfect.
Yeah, assuming that there's not a way to get through both of these ice.
Yeah, Belt Plus doing its job here, creating some credits, and threatening a score when other identities could not threaten a score in one turn here.
Yeah, one of the cool things
in that fashion.
One of the cool things about the Tucana standoff is that playing in a BTL is credit neutral. It takes away one of the main problems of standoff, which is that you got to spend 2 credits to score it.
Yep.
Now, if only we could fix the clicks that you got to spend.
Well, Tucana's an upgrade. So what you need to do is add more upgrades here. This is the perfect chance to add Vladislav city grid. So you can pre-advance your city grid, and then pop the advancements over to your standoff.
Mm-hmm. I'll pretend like that counts. You got it.
You could import Sansan instead. Score your standoff in a credit positive fashion once you've spent 6 up front.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. And there we go. The last one, send a message.
Yeah, well, send a message coming out here.
Well, not necessarily. Not necessarily the last one, but it is the last one that we're seeing.
Yep.
15
I'm not
of
really
18
sure.
Points scored.
I'm not quite sure what message is being sent here. Like there's no agendas to res. The message might just be I won. I guess that's a pretty good message, honestly.
Yeah. I win the game is a very good message. Nothing quite says you are going to lose, then you have already lost.
I'll be dead.
お前はもう死んでいる.
All right, so it looks like this does finish up round 5, I believe. That was round 5, right? Cool.
Yeah, so we have 2 more rounds of Swiss, and then we go into a cut to top 8. Round 6 pairings are up, so it looks like we'll be heading straight on into that. I'm looking at table 6.
Table 6, yeah, I can go poke him.
Well, once they get the table up, but
yeah, I mean that's certainly one of the constraining factors right now is the tables not existing. But
yeah. Are you coming up here? No? Okay. Usually when I ask if we're all right to stream, people say, "Yeah, that's fine." Jai says, "Do it."
Wait, I'm not seeing the table existing yet.
Oh, that's because it's not named table
Oh, that's
6.
because they're. Okay. Thanks.
Go ahead and pull this back. We're not quite started yet, but
All right. Well, we've already seen the first important bit of the game, which is that Jai has taken a mulligan.
Congratulations, Jot, on your win. Oh, congratulations to Zuko for jumping on my lap. Okay. All right. Good little guy.
So Jia is playing one of our only 2 instances of Lat today. Obviously, an ID that was all over the meta a bit ago, but that has subsequently lost trick shot and is feeling kind of less tricky now, shall we say?
We shot all the tricks. There aren't any more.
I mean, there's still Symbol Chip. Symbol Chip is such a skateboard trick card, honestly.
I don't know. Simulchip has done a lot of real plays.
Yeah, it does that too, but
let me put it this way. Definitely cards that can make real plays for you are definitely skateboard trickable.
yes. We did see a very interesting first turn out of Jai with Asa Group install into credit.
Gipstad
Now
grid.
we're seeing Jakarundi, and we're seeing a Jupstad grid in server 1. Which it does technically have enough cash to trash. The risk there is that if then the Aesops gets trashed because she gets tagged, he's looking very, very incredibly broke.
Yeah, well, you don't have the clicks left anyway, so you just kind of have to assume that pawn shop's going. Yep.
Right, but it's a choice between jumping into next turn on like 5 credits and going, click for credit, sure gamble, and then you're at 9. Or just being at 0. And being at 0 is
Welcome back, Aesop's Pawn Shop.
how we missed you.
It's been so long. And welcome back, Stone Ship Chart Room. It's been this turn.
Well, as much as Jai did manage to accomplish some economic pressure, I guess, trashing the Aesops that immediately got replaced. I mean, it still cost a credit to replace and the click. Jai's economy is not very happy either. 3 credits, 6 cards in hand. No econ ticking in any obvious places.
Low credit
Centrals
totals
are iced.
is where Netrunner shines.
Like both centrals are iced. I mean, okay, there are technically 3 centrals, but empty archives is not real. Another install coming in. Click for credit. Slowly taking their way back up to 5, maybe.
I don't know that it's registering on my mic. Like, I don't know. My cat is purring, and it's activating the mic, but I don't think it's actually sending sound through. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I think, mostly be happy to listen to a cat. Ah, we're seeing Poitata coming down.
Oh. All right.
Definitely a bit of a combo with Aesop's Pawn Shop here. Um, when online, you can break Drafter for 3.
Still cost. I mean, you don't have to care about it in this one, but of course my mind goes to Anansi, and I'm like 6 credits.
5. 6. Yeah. Yeah.
Could be 10.
Lysanton is 4.
5. No, 4. You're right.
Yeah, I guess I'm not quite sure which sentries are being targeted by this as
I mean,
a very efficient.
it is still a turbinable breaker.
It's turbinable. If it gets up to 3,
Then it'd be 2 to break a Saisenton, 4 for Anansi, 2 or 1 for a drafter.
1 for a drafter, yeah.
Those are pretty solid rates. At the very least, I think that the concept of using Boitata with Pawn Shop is very fun.
Mm-hmm. Well, both running for back up to a healthy credit total. Got a bunch of mystery servers here from Asa Group. Servers 2 and servers 3 are. I think we saw that actually server 2 was another group set grid earlier, but I don't quite remember. Everyone has received a card. Maybe this is some sort of push. If we're coming down, I guess Poitata also works with self-modifying code. Bola being res, Tattoo Bola being broken, Tattoo Bola being passed, Tattoo Bola being swapped with the piece of ice in HQ.
Yep. And touch an agenda, that simple. Salvo testing.
I was so ready to call Tattoo Bola being accessed in HQ. Which is always like the...
Server 3.
Dependency being cleared out of server 3 as a 3-2. Just cashing the points.
Where did the core damage? Oh, that was from Negrundi. Turn 1.
Turn 1, run into Dragarundi.
Oof.
Take a core. Take a tag, take a core.
I completely forgot about that. Oh, that's so rough.
I'm for Steve. And with 15 credits, this is almost certainly enough to get through whatever the SNHQ is. I agrees, does not bother resing the SNHQ.
Taking back a Muse and accessing that Tatu Bola. And you know what's interesting?
I mean, it's Armadillo's all the way down.
It absolutely is. Big deal. Get that out of here. Get that out of here.
You have to not want to deal with self testing being a big deal or something.
Yeah, no.
15 credits is almost to the point where that's a real threat. Try doing a bit of drawing here. Not quite sure what he's looking for. Maybe replacement big deal, maybe something to push, maybe just more money to actually make the big deal threat real. Make a real deal of their next deal.
Okay. Installing into server 2, and I did just check that is indeed another Gypstad there.
We're seeing Hannah coming down to help clear out all of these nonsense servers. And maybe score some points if there's agendas in these places, but I think this is much about trying to clean up the board as it is about trying to score points. Not that points are bad, but if you can shut down some of the fully operational value, if you can shut down the cohort guidance program, this Drupstead grid, and remove them as threats. I think that sort of systemic dismantling of the corpse board state here can do some good work.
Dubola, yeah, it's I think difficult to judge whether or not destroy or trashing the one Gypstad is worth it when you know there's another one down, but
I mean, this is still denying like fully operational value.
we did at least already see like a score out of server 3, just naked score and ontological, so
Yep.
These things are possible.
There's already 2 fully ups in the bin, but like there's spins.
Yeah, fully
Back.
ups.
Spin back fully up.
Yeah, honestly, that might be a worth it by itself to get rid of the Gypstad. And ablative, it is threat 3.
Yes, well, it refuses to take on. We're going to see a Rashida coming out. Just the most tempo.
Not the most tempo. There could have been another installation there.
For sure. You're saying with the Asa group trigger in addition to the Rashida.
Yep. But no, Jai is opposed to value. See, look at this. He's rezzing and trashing Rashida, so now can't fully op with that server. Like, come on.
I'll just put new things in that server, and in server 3, and then create a new server in server 4, and put an ice in front of it because Asa group.
Don't you dare. I don't want to zoom out.
represent server 1 with ice in front. And is now actually representing an agenda push here. Answer the card. Answer the card twice. Scores a bifurcation. That's probably D-res on the
ablative.
barrier.
Nice. So now ontologicals are 2/2s.
Pretty good agenda stat line. Just open up the play of with 1 core damage. You can score ontological, and then neurospike with your last. Sorry, yeah. If you can get ontologicals with 4 core damage, right, and they're down to 0/2s, you can score 2 ontologicals and then neurospike for 4, and that should work. Steve for double muse. 1 muse gets RFG'd, 1 muse gets returned. Turns being fresh out of hand. So I will say 2 core damage does make it quite difficult to get bad value.
Yeah. Not being able to match the corpse max hand sizes. It doesn't guarantee that it's turned off, but it.
Yes. And you can actually potentially match sometimes with Stone Ship and get an extra draw off Stone Ship that way.
Yeah.
But
I don't remember what event it was, but one time I turn 2 scored a superconducting hub against a lat. And I was like, I'm sorry. There's no way you could have expected someone's playing superconducted hub.
actually, I'm seeing a little bit of superconducting hub floating around. I see it sometimes in like king-making lists, which is kind of cool. And then you just have these giant your digital lives. All right, so both players are on 3 points now. I think this is probably still going to be another 2 agendas at least. Definitely going to be another 2 agendas at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. No one is about to start on their vanity project.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, when are we gonna get another 4-pointer? Government takeover was a little much, but vanity project I think is fine. We could.
There is right now standard legal an agenda you can score for 4 points.
What? Oh well, it's
Beal.
Beal. It's Beal. Yeah, but that would be a 7/4, so it's trash. If it were a 6/4, busted.
It's a 7/4. I have
Trash.
won games because I have slowly scored a Beal as a 7/4 before.
Surely it was false flag this whole time.
Oh, true. We do have plus flag if we would advance something else to 7.
That's not going to get you 4 points.
No, it's not. Now we're just seeing some Steve value continue. The Blade of Barrier is not really taxing out Cleaver in any meaningful fashion. I'm not even convinced it's taxing out Cleaver in any non-meaningful fashion.
I mean, a credit's a credit, but the threat text is where we actually care about a Blade of Barrier. This thing can probably be trashed now. Like, it's either going to be trashed or we're going to get some use out of another Olivigao. And I don't know how likely that is.
And we have the turbine coming down, which does not help Cleaver break a Blade of Barrier in the slightest. An outerburst on server 1 is hushed, and is being used to challenge. Is a res on Tatubola. It's honestly a pretty good thing to hush, as much as it's like.
As much as it's like, it doesn't feel like a super impactful thing to.
Yeah.
But it is always nice to just. I think it's double satisfying. Just because, like, normally with a Tatubola swap, any Trojans would be trashed off of there. So the fact that Hush is a Trojan, I think, just makes it that much more satisfying.
Okay, I saw I was just like a slap vandal on Tatubola the other day. It's like, okay, sure, whatever.
You got it.
And then Starman Entangler doesn't work because it's a barrier. So there's just no. Jet is slowly bleeding out credits, but there's this ongoing Steve. Tapped at another ontological defense coming down, and that's certainly a threat right now. Is that if R&D does not get locked, at some point Jai will roll another ontological dependency, and Jet will lose.
He might already have it.
He might already have it, but like there is a third ontological dependency. And if there's no disruption from them going from R&D into anywhere, really, that will end the game. And SMC now being trashed by Aesops. Interesting. So I'm presuming that there's some form of decoder in hand. Because I don't think I trashed my SMC otherwise. Although, actually it's kind of low on credits, and maybe doesn't, like, starting at 5 doesn't think he can afford the 2 tax and then the install cost of whatever he finds. And then if it is, a buzzsaw, the operation cost of actually using your buzzsaw to break things. And possibly let's just go in and trash this cohort guidance program this turn. Actually think to lock R&D is a gatekeeper. This is interesting. So if there's an output dependency in here, I think I just keep it in hand. And then I might keep everything else in hand too to provide cover for it. Even if I could shuffle things back.
Yeah, absolutely.
So as shade here, like you can challenge HQ. HQ is very easy to get into. 8 credits is plenty to run through an ablative barrier with a cleaver. We're not seeing any big multi-access. We're not seeing a legwork. We're not seeing what else is like big HQ run event multi-access. Not thinking of anything offhand. Burner, if you like that, we're not seeing a burner here.
Yeah, the pseudo multi-access, yeah.
We're not seeing embezzle. Hit them with burner, set up your embezzle them, get, 8 credits and trash 2 things. I don't know why no one's playing this. Okay, I don't know why no one's playing this, but with our blade of barrier coming down, still coming off. Potentially be a Rashida if Jai's still looking for the last ontological. Could be. I don't think Drip Card's relevant.
Installing a face down.
Could still be a Rashida, just a spooky Rashida.
Could be. Do we have any? We only have the one face-up Rashida.
Yes. What if it's Rashida? I think the odds that the last ontological Ranger's hand are kind of low with 18 cards remaining, and Rashida's probably not enough draw power that you can count on finding it in the next 4 UC between Rashida and Mando. That is probably, I don't know, 18% or something. If it's not in hand now. And R&D is random, which I haven't been paying enough attention to track perfectly.
How dare you?
All right, so this remains some form of pressure. Just coming back to HQ here. Goes actually, if there's an ontological in HQ, I need to go do something about it. I mean, if there's no ontological in hand, like Joy's position is okay, but this is still RD being locked for quite a few upcoming turns, and not a whole lot of money to fix problems with. Although the lack of a decoder out of Latvia is definitely a little bit of a hiccup.
Triple installing.
I
Overwriting something in server 1.
If only DJ Fenris worked like Muse, who could just eat the Steve and then eat the DJ the following turn.
If only.
I do not think this would actually be like it certainly, you know, increases the power, but I don't think it would actually be much of a big deal because honestly, you just kind of want to have your Steve being Steve. All right, conduit coming down. Is it conduit time? It seems like the answer is no because there's still no decoder, and that does seem like a critical shortcoming that needs to be addressed before any R&D runs.
Yeah, like a gatekeeper onto R&D seems really porous until you realize that 0 strength end the run does indeed still end the run if you can't break it.
But I mean, next turn, if we see something like a buzzsaw install, and then contaminate this conduit and just hit the run button, that will chew through cards so fast. Here's how I think these remotes are worth checking. Like Dry is not currently representing a win, but well, not representing a one card win, but like Rashida plus a Vitruvius or something is a win.
Or just like
I don't know if
Rashida
that lists
into
on
an
the-
ontological.
Yeah, but like clearly there's no ontological available next turn or last turn, or Dry would have
Mhm.
simply won with it instead of triple installing into 3 different servers. But I suspect that might be the ontological end.
GG. Yeah, the second spin doctor for the clickless draw.
Yep.
I wonder if the third spin doctor is in server 1.
Maybe.
Be very funny.
And it's looking like the runner had pretty good control at several points. Never quite managed to lock down the flow of cards out of R&D.
Yeah, I also don't know, Cobalt, about the conduit, since we didn't have a way to get through the gatekeeper. I don't know. There might have been some circumstances that I was not paying attention to. But how much time we got left on the round?
Should be about 5 minutes. Maybe slightly more.
Uh, 8 minutes.
So you want table 5, 8, or 9?
Does not matter to me.
I'm giving you a poke table 8. We haven't seen any PE today, have we?
I don't think we have.
Cool. You go ask table 8. All right, we're good to stream on table. What did I say? 8. Cool.
Oh, looks like we still got a decent amount of game left.
Well, both players are on 4 agenda points, and there are Fujis in the list. So the game could spontaneously end with the runner touching any card.
This is true.
There's also a prana condenser with 2 power counters. As I check it, the typing of the counters, they are in fact power. Some mystery installs, raised wage worker. Network guidance program being crashed off the board. Also, Love appears to have decided that this is the turn to try and clean up this board state, and maybe also get some Audrey counters. Possibly also wants to spend money on things, specifically installing things with these 5 counter Paladin.
Yeah, I would imagine. And also here, just the I would also be inclined to spend my Audrey counters for fear of a virus just hanging around.
Mm-hmm. I mean, also I'd advocate it just because you're going to get them back as you trash whatever's down here, some of the things anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Problems like this that make me wish you still saw a copy of the Bridget accounts floating around. Yep, PS up imp gets trashed. That's fine for this turn. Watchlav keeping their hand up here, respecting the threat of the prana condenser. Tranquility Home Grid being rezzed. Still for value. Some money. Money's good. Heavy release is also good. What are we releasing?
Don't have anything to release.
Absolutely nothing. There's nothing face down in archives. But it's another counter for this prana condenser. Now at 3, which is starting to be an interesting number.
Go to HQ, find a Rashida.
Crash the Rashida. I'm happy to pay 1 for an Audrey counter. That seems fine. Delicast coming down, getting this paladin back down to 0, turning those fake credits very, very slowly. I mean, not that slowly, but you know, turning those fake credits to real credits at a moderate pace.
Mhm.
But I'm going to thought about whether we wanted to hold the daily cast one turn, because then you can get the kicker credit again, and you get the full discount with Paladin. But there's the potential that this turn became very click constrained, and there was definitely this free click to install casts last turn. So it's a question of which way to greed. Not really the accomplished track for everything here, but we'll trash the court guidance. Again, charging up Audrey a touch, and so court guidance programs are honestly very, very threatening. Money's good, the advancement's good. Potentially looked for Sting. A Sting does set up for a flat line. Okay.
Trashes the Tatu Bola from HQ, goes back, sees the Piranha. It
Yep.
looks like we're about to get our time call.
Okay, that was yep, just into do corp turn. That was called after draw, yeah. We got an HQ. Husband incorrect discard. That's interesting. And announcing that you have an incorrect discard does suggest there's an agenda defined somewhere between HQ and archives. Which would be an amazing bluff if there wasn't one. I'm not sure how that type of angle shooting works in the CR here. Although I guess it's really more the OP than the CR. I was called after mandatory draw. Like that has to be the corp turn.
I guess that means that this should be the end of the game then. Yeah, I think that the time, like the time on the round from the Discord timer popped, and then Aksu came in, called time.
Okay.
Yeah, and it just so happened to pass off into the corpse turn, so that would have been. Oh. All right. So then that goes to Sauce, correct? I believe. It appears. Let me actually real quick. All right, Aksu, sort us out. Whoop. Okay, the game is still continuing? Okay. Yeah, the game's end. Actually says game ended on the corpse turn. So we should be done here. Yeah.
You're currently trying to sort out the end of this game. This game will be ending momentarily in some direction. All right, so this was just about the end of round 6. We are heading into round 7, which will be the final round of Swiss. Before we go into our cut.
Well. They might take. Okay, they figured it out. So yes, that time was called before the turn was passed. So Sauce's turn was the last turn of the game. And he had actually already been up on points. So
Okay, so time was called before Aksu joined chat to announce time was called because there was a delay between the announcement and the time finishing. All right, so that should finish us up for round 6. People finish entering. But results, and then we'll move into round 7 and have our appearance for round 7, which will probably involve some number of intentional draws. Actually, with the top 8, it's a cut to top 8.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think like we're close to having another phrase a little bit I think at least 3 tables will be able to ID into cut. If my napkin math is correct, which I do not trust my napkin math,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
mostly because I don't have any napkins. I have to go downstairs and get some.
I'll wait.
All I can do is scrap paper math, which is not as exciting.
No, not nearly. All right, let's check in here. Table 1, I believe that is. No, table 2 is IDing.
That's why I'm gonna just take a second and let some of the IDs come through. I think the top 3 tables can all ID safely. Actually, table 3 might not be able to. I think Jar needs to win here. Here it comes down to yeah. Now there's some interesting math going on that I have to think more about. There might be some contingency thing in these IDs that I'd have to think more about. But if table 3 is playing, I wouldn't mind seeing table 3. Like we haven't seen near Earth Hub at all, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. It looks like they're talking about IDing as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure table 3 can. I think table 3 can ID safely, although it tries extended strength of schedule is not the greatest among 9-point runners. Or among 12-point runners, yeah. I have any of the 9s. Right. If Styx plays and wins, he could overtake Dry. Is the problem? So Dry has to. I'd have to think about this more. This is. It looks like, however, table 4 is playing. We could watch table 4, table 3 looks like they might be playing. They've created a table.
Table 4 IDs looks like. All right. Table 3 is IDing as well. So that's the top 4 tables.
Yep.
Table 5 then?
Yeah, let me go ask table 5. Sure.
Cool.
All right. We are seeing Super Heavy Logistics versus Akiko. Looks like we're about to turn into the game. Ob did a triple install on turn 1.
Extracting the Maryland.
Yep.
To pull out an ice wall for the remote.
Went from having a very wide, mostly undefended board to having a much more normal one remote and then ice on both HQ and R&D via the magic of Ob and also playing ice from HQ.
The magic of install a card.
Yes. Pressure Spike coming down, challenging the ice wall, collecting the Eminent Domain. Pressure Spike, of course, very excellent against ice walls at 1 strength, very excellent against ice walls at 10 strength. Kind of less excellent against ice walls in the middle, although it's still fine. The boost is reasonably efficient. It does not like ice walls at 2 strength, though. Ice walls at 2 strength, right out.
I was waiting for it to
Ace
be above the
for
wall.
to be above the wall. Yeah, exactly. Princeling the Aesops. Presumably not going to use the Aesops this turn. What's the daily cast to take down some first? I think Aetherpress would love to get out maybe a coal here or Muse for a coal. Just anything to fuel that Aesops.
Install a fermenter, trash, and Anacam. Discard an Anacam.
And Mr. Six appears to think that he has a window to do things and has jammed 2 cards into server 1 and created a new server. Could be the classic, I have to spin this, good hang out over there, and later it'll be, rezzed. Powers that be. Powers that be craft using mostly Precia credits. I think we might see this Precia turn into real credits with Aesops next turn.
Possibly, yeah.
Especially if there's like a sure gamble in hand. Like getting to 5, then to 9, like that's enough to get on with your day.
Right, rezzing and then scoring the... Rezzing Tranquility, scoring the Eminent, so are we fetching another agenda here?
One thing I thought we'd see when I saw Eminent get spoiled is I looked at this and it was like, isn't this perfect with Sandstan?
It is pretty cool.
Like, if I think about big things I want to install in res, saving 5 from HQ, Sand costs what, 6? Pretty great. If I think about things I can tutor out a single copy of and install in res and then get on with my spring plan, Sand, it's pretty great. If I think about things that help me score 3 ones in one turn, Sand, it's still pretty great, honestly.
Pretty great.
And we just have not been seeing the Sand eminent domain, and I thought, like, I wasn't sure like this could be a big meta player, but I thought it would do something. And it just has not been a thing.
Stalling on for
Think
tranquility.
installed.
Taking it back.
Perhaps not the best credit total, but the tranquility definitely helps. And okay, installing an ice in position 2 is 2 credits, and that certainly it's a bit of a tax. Mr. 6 only at 7 before the install, going down to 5. Still enough to hedge his bets. Alright, we just see Asepris just going, okay, I'll just multi-access. Like, multi-access is good, let's do multi-access. Losing the fermenter counters is a little painful.
The above the law was a nice hit, though.
The buffalo was a nice hit.
There aren't any more eminence, but I mean, it doesn't really matter what you steal if you're at 6 points, so long as it's not standoff.
Yep. So, Ace Empress is floating attack right now, and does have 2 resources installed. So Mr. 6 could decide that this Maryland's safe enough behind an ice wall. Maybe. Or take 2 credits with another install, and then think about trashing some of these resources out.
And trashing the arrow, yeah.
But not the ace-offs, so there is some potential econ rebound here. I guess the Oiler is very cheap to operate this turn, but this is not a lot of credits to get in with. Free and eminent domain as Archer. Yeah, Archer's gonna be pretty good here. And is it the Oiler or is it the Pressure Spike? It is the Oiler. I'm essentially looking at a trash onto the Aesop's pawn shop this turn. Although I don't know that this Mr. 6 really broke also. And I'm not sure who's happiest in a world where absolutely no one has any money right now.
We've only seen the one extract on Styx's side. I think that's what we're banking on for rebounding economically.
Pinhole onto Hollow Man. Hollow Man. Just try and remove any explosiveness from the board state. Here with the tag, Symbol Chip comes in, Symbol Chip. I think I'd pop the Symbol Chip for the Coalescence, yeah. Drink the Coalescence and then eat the Coalescence next turn. Wall's Wall, Advance Ice Wall. I think advancing Ice Wall 1 looks really lean into Pressure Spike, honestly.
Puts it on a face down.
Face down, could also be an Ice Wall. Not sure how many Ice Walls Ob was usually on. I thought they were usually on just one. I don't see them on Akats, I don't see them as much as could be a logjam. I could believe there's a world where Op's running a single logjam because they want some giant barrier eventually. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the. I guess it doesn't have to be an advancement piece of ice. This could just be anything. They could just put an advancement counter there because they felt like it.
Absolutely. Which is the best place to put an advancement counter. Shetogor, you're gonna need to trash that.
Use Coalescence and drink the Coalescence.
Yum yum.
All right, this economy is slowly recovering, and while the Corp has done a lot of things, Mr. 6 has not actually scored any new points in the recent past. During these turns, the runner has taken off to go rebuild.
Yeah, this seems like a really awkward draw order on the Corp side here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, one of those archers was installed in res to like via forfeit. You hate to do that in an Eminent deck.
I mean, Eminent's also good at forfeiting to res archer.
Yeah, just not as good as standoff.
Yeah. And look, Mr. 6 still has one Eminent scored, which means 2 SDS. That's game.
This is true.
Or SDS and Sam or 2 Sams. Audacity.
Well, we're scoring it on a Jeff here.
Okay. Goes and finds a spin to protect things we discarded with Audacity. Now the runner is going to need eventually access to the backup decoder and killer. Or, I mean, to the other decoder and killer. You can see some sort of white installs out of Corp. Spin being contested, spin being removed, spin spinning. 2 face downs. So possibly there are no longer any agendas in archives. And certainly with a rezzed archer, they feel a lot safer in R&D. Although, Big is not a terrible 4, 6, 8 the first time, 6 after that. I mean, that's not great, but absolutely nothing is great at breaking Archer. Except like double turbine Orca. Double turbine Orca, great, you can break Archer for 2. Now that you've installed 18 credits worth of programs across 3 cards. So what's the second ice wall? I definitely think with the pressure spike, I'm not terribly enthused by putting this second wall-to-wall counter on the ice wall, and I probably would have put it on the other ice wall.
Oh, the other ice wall was Audacity fodder anyway. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, the other ice wall was Audacity fodder. Sorry,
Well, it was
Chef.
fodder, yeah.
Chef fodder.
Yep.
Sticks choosing not to use ob to search and install a -1 cost.
I do not think that its design space NSG is going to explore an elevation.
I hope not.
We'll wait till it advanced set, as it is not probably suitable for a supplementary intro set. Although honestly, if NSG never explores the space of negative credit cost assets, I think I'm fine with this world, honestly.
I think we're all fine with this. Game of Droids in the chat is talking about the grayed out Ika on the runner's side to remind you that it's there. That's part of the Cyber Feeder Firefox extension.
All right. Actually getting trashed. Nuke coming down. Drawing some cards. Looks like an econ turn here. And again, corporate only on 3 points. One of the sort of downsides of this type of mixed agenda suite is that sometimes it just takes an extra score to actually win the game. And creative force coming down. Back up to a moderately healthy credit total. And we're going to see Asympress discarding 4, I believe, to hand size.
Mm-hmm.
And then we will maybe find out what in the world was going on in server 1. Because there is a bunch of cards in it. And I do not think it's a mad world here. That is a different archetype entirely.
Oops.
Allman res, Allman active. And then another 2 advancements.
Sheffin.
Azaf, yep, okay.
I was wondering the same thing, and then I saw just an ice mysteriously disappear from archives, and I'm like, oh, no, we're doing something else here.
We are seeing the Anakin value here, turning the trash burner into a new card. Another card coming down in server 1. All right, all the evidence are gone. So barring any possible standoffs floating around, the next agenda will be game for whoever scores it or steals it. Whoever successfully adds it to their score area.
We overclocking.
Good card. But imagine trick shotting instead.
I can't. Not anymore, I can't.
You can still imagine, you just can't actually play trick shot.
No. NSG banned it. I'm not allowed to think about it anymore.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Yeah. Did you know that today is literally 1984?
49 card deck. Okay, so we're possibly doing some agenda density math here. So there's 1 eminent out. There's 12 points scored. Sorry, there's 12 points out. There's 8 points floating around. Another Ajaf and 2 SDSs, maybe?
I would imagine. That way you have the above the law and then
Yep.
18 more points.
Yeah. But that means that there's 3 actual cards of agenda outstanding somewhere. Yeah, 4. 2 SDSs. Yeah, 4. These Emperors returning enough money to threaten runs on most things. R&D is maybe a little bit spooky, but and HQ is missing a decoder, but personally running back into server 1 looks reasonably doable, especially with this icon on the Archer already, saving the 2 credits moving.
Installing and icing on server 1.
I don't think that there is a decoder, or there's a decoder. Although Euler's kind of not good into Aftar. I don't want to spend 2 to break the ETR and then lose 2 anyways. That's not a great interaction. Mr. 6 getting down to 9 cards in R&D. This is generating some amount of pressure. Okay, here we go. Electing to just try and win on R&D. There are programs to throw at SDS. OZF does not require anything to steal. And there's an SDS.
And slash and burn. Okay, we were wrong.
Okay. I could see having 1 slash and burn. Like, you can have a little bit of fast advance, especially with the OZFs. Especially with the OZFs, because the OZFs can go tutor out the spin.
Yeah.
To protect your slash and burn that you discarded. Yeah. Yeah, definitely a nice little line.
Yeah, that was a common one of the lines that Facet Ob used in Worlds 23. I love S&B, even as a one-off. All right. Well, it looks like
time was just to tell you out the window because I didn't think Slash and Burn was out by Worlds 2023.
It's been a little bit.
Oh, right. Slash and Burn was in TAI. I knew TAI was out by Worlds 2023. Yeah, it's been a bit. But we have new cards coming up in April? That will really elevate our game, I guess. I can't not take the terrible pun that's just sitting there.
I don't know if I'd count it as a pun, honestly, but, you know, like, you're the one who called it terrible, so you can have it. Like, that's fine.
All right, so that does conclude the Swiss. So let's cut to standings.
Yeah, let's take a look there. If my... There we go. Just go ahead and pull this back, and... Oh, here we are. Got Nervous Nightjar, Augustus Caesar, Harmon B, Cobra Bubbles, OF1515, Mallory, Professor Wacko, and Jai made it in. So 13 points and then 12 right at the cutoff.
And then at 9 and 10, the match we just watched where Ace Empress very carefully knocked Sticks out, saving Jai.
And then still didn't make it, just barely didn't make it into the cut.
Yep.
That's rough, but, you know, we're happy for Jai, I think. Is that biased? I'm not sure. It's definitely biased. All right. We It looks like we have been given a 10-minute break before Top Cut, so I am actually going to throw to intermission. And
Yes, I'm going to step away for a second also.
sounds good. We'll be right back. All right, everybody. Sorry about the wait. We are just getting set up here for the top cut. And yes, I do have to add, we have another caster to relieve me of my duties here to add onto the casters bar. Welcome, not Yeti.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Looking forward to this. Let us know when we're in the game.
Oh yes. Let's see. Are they all right with us?
They're absolutely okay with us being here.
Well, then let's go ahead and get started.
Wonderful. And so for this game, we have Harmonby and Lovelace, who are both UK players, both kind of fixtures of the UK scene. Harmonby as a head judge for notable events such as UK Nats, and Lovelace a QTM player who has been I think attended potentially more Netrunner events than any other UK player last year. So both familiar faces, and really lovely to see them both in the top cut.
Mm-hmm.
And we have quite the matchup by the looks of things. This is a new Vem. Have you either of you had a chance to see what tricks are installed here?
Not yet.
I have not. I know that there's the subliminal, and that's an excellent combo with Nuvem for getting sort of the free value plays, but past that, I'm not sure what.
I see end of the lines.
Nuvem.
I see forced connections. I see audacities. It looks like we have some combination of kill and scoring plans.
Oh, we have decklists here. 1 second.
And it looks like we can just leverage that kind of additional econ that the ID is going to give us. Nuvem, not an ID that has seen like a vast amount of competitive play or success, but it's really lovely to see here. And that already quite the startling play. That border control going to deny the dirty laundry value, but maybe not.
Only if popped.
I suppose this isn't Ob. I'm used to thinking about Ob, in which that border control goes away and becomes something else. But in this instance, no, and we do get our money, which is pretty significant, I think. Although with the liberated accounts on the table, you can understand why you would allow that 5 credit swing to go through.
It's actually going to shout out the liberated accounts because it's not a card I think I've seen much of recently.
It was played in Kikai's CBI winning Hoshiko Crew Hosh list, and was a change that I believe he made to the list because it wasn't really on anyone's radar. And I played a little bit of that deck, and it's one of those ones where you go, wow, turns out 16 credits, 10 credits on a single card is really good. And so yeah, we see the upgrade there on R&D, which I assume is a forced connection, although it could be a virus. I haven't looked through the whole list. And yeah, that Nuvem money printing machine.
A bunch of options. There's Angeliques, there's a Chrysium, there's an Overseer Matrix, there's Yakov.
Wow.
Erikovich, Avtakov. There's a Tranquility Home Grid. Probably not an R&D though.
Interesting. So is this some kind of like venti-like?
I'm looking at the wrong list. Give me a second.
I don't have a.
Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong list. 1 second.
Oh, okay.
I had pulled up. I was looking at Lovelace's corp.
Which is Venti, I believe. So that makes sense.
Which is Venti, yes.
For those watching who don't know, Venti is a Ob deck that plays quite a significant amount over minimum deck size and plays a lot of upgrades in order to try and get a kill plan. But here we see kind of maybe more traditional upper research, trying to get the kill through just Wayland's ability to land tags, which is like part of the card pool that doesn't necessarily get that much love and interaction, but I feel like there is enough there, and Venti kind of demonstrates this, that if you really focus in on that part of the card pool, you can see a lot of success. Like there's a lot of power there. But there's also a lot of power in Banha, and that's what we're seeing. We are hitting a Logjam. Now Logjam, 3 subroutines is going to deal a lot of damage to Hoshiko here, and we are actually a forced connection. Oh, and we do steal. The forced connection is a trace 3 to give the runner 2 tags, and it looks like Lovelace here is just sufficiently rich that that isn't going to be a problem for the time being.
Now, although especially with the subliminal messages, does have excellent tools for sort of amassing that credit total.
Yeah. I think
Which is why I
that
think to some extent I was surprised by seeing the forced connection come out before the credits were really there to use it.
that is true. Although, on average, one might expect that this new Vem list would be able to make money faster than this Hashiko. That doesn't seem to have been the case. Lovelace has...
Not with the liberated.
of course, yeah. And for anybody who's been watching the stream up until this point, and Netrunner over the last little while, you'll know about Devil Charm and Araceris Crew. That's a 2-card combo that can be used to effectively trash almost any Ice and Standard, and getting rid of that logjam before it scales up and gets out of range is quite important.
It's very nice. You can also trash most ice not in standard too, for that matter.
That is true. And so what we see here is, I think, like Harmon B and is a member of QEH, who are a UK-based queer testing group, and one of the things that we see, like you can see as a pattern coming out of that group, is them making really, really good use of underplayed IDs and finding ways to make them really effective, largely through playing with like a lot of good cards, but decks that can attack from a lot of angles. They like to have, they often have like a lot of options for how they want to approach this game. And Oaktown here just seems like, this is pushing the game forwards in terms of scoring, and it's also pushing the game forwards in terms of money, which is going to really help to back up those combos. So it's just like those kind of mid-range, really flexible cards that I know Harmon B just like loves so much. So it's really interesting to see that being played out of Nuvem, which isn't an ID that I've seen them play before. And on the Hashiko side, we see Amakua and Leech coming down. Those 2 cards are pretty much going to be the breaker rig for the rest of this game.
Especially backed up with the Banhar, which really prevents Amakusa from ever being frozen out by a perk. Like, the requirement to double ice everything is just really, really heinous.
Yeah, and I think
to
it's
execute
like
on.
one of the big innovations in the Crew Hosh, because when Rebellion About Rehearsal came out almost a year ago now, Araceris Crew was one of the cards that immediately people recognized as being very powerful. And I feel like it's taken a long time for us to get to this point where we're able to bring in tools like Banhar to really make these lists sing, and yet we are seeing a lot of success from this archetype. I'm playing Raindrops Cutstone, just a fantastic draw and money card for any Anarch here, and accessing a forced connection off the top. Now, Harvey has the option of boosting there, but decides not to.
But this is also, I believe, the last force connections going. Like, there are only 2 force connections left.
Wow.
So without a spin coming back in to rescue a force connection, that is certainly one of the threat vectors that is now missing.
Basalt Spire's stolen off the top, which is going to put this game into a very interesting point. We're not quite at a stage where an Oppo research looks like it's going to be like a decisive force the end of the game moment, but with only 12 credits in her credit pool, Lovelace here might be in a difficult spot trying to close out this game and still ask 3 points if an Oppo to go off. But we choose to add a face down card instead. Now, what do you think are the kind of cards that you'd love to have in hand at this point? Is it part of your kill combo? Is it part of your... are we just trying to get through? And we are able to get through the remote here using these leech counters.
Yeah.
If this is an agenda, it could be spicy.
Could be game. thinking about maybe Mavris here to try and address these viruses in some fashion, but that's like I need other things in my hand for that to be part of a setup. If there's this list.
And we see here that's 5 points stolen in a single turn, but I don't think
There are no
is
punitives.
no punitives in this deck. So either that money advantage that Nuvem often has, it would have been tough, but we do see that big Oppo landing.
I was gonna say that Oppo would have been a choice for what to recur, definitely.
Yeah, and we see Lovelace going down to 0 credits in order to fight that off. So, oof,
And the
quite
buff
the
loss, I think the Banner.
explosive turn. So yeah, it looked, and then the new Banner comes. Wow,
But again,
the players are flying through these turns. They really know.
They are. But these back-to-back turns, Subliminal being recurred, and then played for free, and then gaining 3 credits with the trash.
It's big tempo.
It's so much money. Like 3 credits click list per turn is just so much money to do whatever
Whatever they want, and the 6 strength for Logjam here is going to start to cause problems for this Amakura build. And then maybe in the not too distant future, if that gets to 9, or it could be a very difficult proposition for a crew to deal with this. But I guess more imminently, we're worried about credit totals. And do we think that Harmon B could just be pushing the win here?
on 1 credit.
And hitting them a virus off the top of the deck there, that might be the absolute worst card to see.
Certainly a very rough hit. And is this okay? This is just an Atlas with a counter. Atlas with a counter, great. Atlas counters, amazing. You can do all sorts of things with them.
Is there a hostile takeover in the list?
There is a hostile, and there's an audacity.
There are 2 hostile takeovers left in the deck. So, Harmon B is saying right now, win the game this click or this turn, or I will do it with this Atlas counter.
Yeah, there's also an Atlas if the audacity is in hand.
We are committing. We're about to access. We use the hostile. We fetch the hostile to reduce the odds of losing R&D, and then we are going for HQ. We raise the Afshar. We can importantly break the Afshar. But
yes, but there's not enough to break the border control. There's also a border control.
Yeah, we're not going to have enough credits to do all of this. So that looks like it could be the win for Harmon B. What cards could Lovelace have in hand here? Breaches Archives, Exorcism of Virus, nothing else in there.
Exorcism of Virus again, but...
And click for a credit, and that should
and that is hostile.
Be game for Humby there. Wow.
Solid advance.
What an explosive first game.
Very, very fast play. That is some of the fastest Netrunner I have seen played.
And yeah, that's something that you get with 2 players who are very familiar with each other. They are really able to play, and it was super intense there. And yeah, gosh, if you look at the the credits gained, that both of these decks are just super duper rich, and yeah, incredible to watch. That was really exciting. Did we want to try and spectate one of these other games?
Yeah, we can probably try and get in on one second, I'm looking at I mean, game 2 or 4 are both fine.
Yeah, should I pop into game 2 and ask?
Sure.
Let me just take a quick look at the board state. That game is finished. Augustus Caesar won by scoring on turn 8.
All right.
And so we'll be continuing forwards. If we go look at table 4, just asking the question now. They're both good to
All right.
stream if you want to jump in. That's Cobra Bubbles versus Off 1515. And we see a Mulch versus NEH matchup. Mulch is a style of Hashiko quite different to the one we saw before, that is able to leverage Simulchip and a wide variety of programs to toolbox its way through most any solution that a runner could or corp could put up. And this NEH looks to be, on first blush, like it's a tempo deck. It's trying to score the agendas and have those agendas be punishing for the runner. We see 2 copies of Arctic Official Crypto Crash that have already been scored. That's a lot of financial damage already dealt to the runner. And I'm sure there's more where that came from, with Amani Sanai and various other important assets doing significant work.
Yep. I mean, I see a lot of res assets that all generate resources, generate value, generate tempo, however you want to think about it.
Yeah. Drip for 5 credits and 3 card draw here if we fancy it.
Yep.
Which is not bad.
And that can turn into 3 installs, which turns into another card draw and another click. Like it's.
Yeah, these decks can really snowball. And it looks like Cobra Bubbles, who wants to be able to kind of leverage those imps.
I think these imps are just being overwhelmed. There's just too much stuff. Like, you can't imp this much stuff.
But yeah, it's important to kind of remember that these mulch decks really have like a lot of angles of attack, and it's quite possible for Cobra Bubbles to get through any piece of ice, trash any given assets this turn. There's a lot of ways in which Cobra Bubbles can leverage the deck to start dealing damage. But yeah, it looks like that this NEH deck may well have just gone too fast and too strong to mean that your toolbox, which is perfect for pulling out the exact right thing you need, can't deal with every threat that's being put on the table right now.
That's it. There's 20 points worth of agendas, or 21 technically, I guess, in this Neurothrob deck. We've seen 4 so far.
Yeah. Simulchip coming down.
There are 16 points of agendas floating. So this is very plausibly 8 agendas between the cards in R&D and the cards in HQ. Like, the density of R&D and HQ in terms of agendas is maybe approaching 50%.
The Messenger Chesfo res here is very interesting. Off 1515, spending a lot of money, but should bounce right back at the start of next turn. Question is, Cobra Bubbles here, only on 1 credit, can either let this fire, or can, I believe, Simulchip for a Botulus, which would get them in, but deciding not going to use one of the very valuable Simulchips, which can be used to get us a fresh imp, one of the most important cards here. Trashing a Hollow Man. Which we are using the imp counter for, and with 0 credits left, we are
very good economic value.
And we do steal.
Stealing Tomorrow's Headline, getting a tag is perhaps a little bit unfortunate, but that's going to depend on what punish, if any, is available here.
Yeah, and just taking a quick look at this list, it doesn't look like we're spending our influence on any kind of kill plan. And it doesn't look... Oh, we've got 1 copy of Self-Growth Program and 1 copy of Shipment from the
and there's Self-Growth. But Shipment requires 2 tags.
That is correct. Self-Growth on this board state wouldn't feel fantastic, I don't think.
I do not want to Self-Growth an imp that doesn't have 2 counters on it.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to hit both the Paladin and the Cleaver, or maybe you could just trash the Paladin on this board state, I think. Although with 9 cards in hand, you might have other things to do with your time. There's also the potential to land an Opera of Research this turn, which could really bury Cobra Bowls underneath those
Yes.
tags.
This is a point where it's like, if I feels like OF 1515 is almost going too fast.
Yeah, it's going to start really running out of tempo or running out of steam with this deck. You know, where there are 5/3s in this list, and we do see that Opera come down. So Cobra Bowls can theoretically win in 2 accesses here. He just has to find them. And the card that I imagine Cobra Bowls most wants to see right now is Symbol Chip. Audrey, interesting.
Audrey's pretty nice.
Potentially going to get us that R&D access we want. We access our wage workers. Now the question is, do you imp it?
I
Just
don't
to go back
think
and see a
so.
fresh card. We're going to check the table. It's another wage workers.
All right. Well, this means that the wage workers on server 11 is definitely not correct to trash. Almost certainly.
We're running back on HQ, and we're re-accessing. Wow.
That is very unfortunate here, but I think you just have to play the odds. Because
Yep.
I think you need the imp counter. You're looking at the imp counter for shipment from Vlad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
with 3 tags here, this could just be the game.
Because this should just be the game here with a score on a 5-3.
Yeah. 3 federal fundraising, gonna make it, and the DBS potentially gonna make it quite possible. We'll see. We will only we'll be on 7 credits, which is more than enough to do what we need to do. Declining the draw implies to me that we do have the win in hand. Yeah, and there it is.
Yep. Okay, I think the out there has to be imp the shipment out of hand, which means the imp counter cannot be spent on wage workers.
Which makes sense. Yeah. And GG to both players.
Indeed, very nice game.
Yeah. How long do we have left in the round? Still 17 minutes potentially. Let's. So yeah. How much have you been playing since the last ban list came out? What's your kind of familiarity of the current standard meta at the moment?
I'd say moderate. I've been following the meta mostly by casting events and seeing what people brought. Like I definitely have I'd say pretty good familiarity with like the broad strokes of what the different archetypes are, what the archetypes are doing. But I'm not as familiar with exact lines, exact lists, what the current tech cards are.
Interesting. Okay, cool. That's really interesting. We have been given permission to stream on table 1 if you wanted to jump over there. This game.
Table 1.
This game is in quite the interesting board state with 0 points scored so far.
A lot of ice on server 1.
Yeah, and the reason for that, as we can see, is that Surveyor in the middle there. That is a 12 strength sentry, and I don't believe. And Botulus will get us through that, but there are 2 Botulus in the bin and 1 Botulus on the remote already. So we may be in a difficult spot with that, although we have 2 Silvership on the table.
There's also 3 labor rights in the list.
Yeah. So we are in a very interesting spot, and really, in many ways, this is what these mulch Hoshiko decks trying to leverage Symbol Chip to try and kind of put out the best programs. They are often, best at dealing with specific cards. We see the botch does come down here off of one of those Symbol Chips. And they want to set up this late game board state where they have answers to every problem, and they are just able to prevent the Corp from ever winning the game. They can install a twinning and potentially gain some multi-access, but often that is just to make sure that you imp the right card. It's very rarely. It's not necessarily about accelerating the game to its end. And yeah, Jai set up well here, but I'm assuming that some amount of incidental net damage from Atea will cause problems for that plan. You know, every symbol chip you lose to damage is really, really significant. And if we're having to spend the labor rights to get any of our pieces back to up the combo, it can be really, really tough near the end of the game.
Yes, absolutely. Sort of during the sort of first wave of mulch before the knob ban.
Wow, this is a great card to see for Nervous Nightjar here. The Thimble Rig doing what it does best. The thing,
Yeah.
the reason why this is interesting on this board state is that unless Jai is willing to commit to producing that buzzsaw, Nervous Nightjar can just, and even if Jai does,
Jai
Nervous
is willing to produce the buzzsaw. He doesn't have 6 credits.
yeah, because Nervous Nightjar can just walk this Thimble Rig back down the server, all the way to the end, and Jai might have to break it 6 times.
Only 5 at this point, but next turn it just swaps to the front again, and it is time to go.
So, in Nervous Nightjar creating a really interesting board state here that with...
Oh, sorry, there was 1 credit on Paladin. That does make this credit perfect.
Oh, interesting, but we still have the option to res here. And it looks like we might be deciding to do so. But yeah, Nervous Nightjar, without putting 6 ice on the remote server and without resing most of it, is still able to create a really powerful board state. And whilst the buzzsaw is a good solution for Thimble Rig, you know, that symbol chip won't be helping us to get through a second surveyor. And we've had to trash the revolver to get here, so there really is a lot of damage to be done.
Yep, I'd like to take the damage. Hit some motioning the steel skin though, which are not, I think, the desired hits. I think you're looking to just snipe the last labor rights. If the last labor rights gets hit here, that is incredibly huge.
And Nervous Nightjar on 3 copies of Enchio front. So all of this could be effectively for naught if at the end of this it's just 8 credits for Nervous Nightjar.
Labor rights got hit by the sub.
Fantastic. So yeah, that is really
wow. These Jai is really just out of stuff now.
Yeah, we have Buffer Drive, and Buffer Drive has that sneaky little second ability. Remove this hardware from the game.
Yes, that's the Buffer Drive. The labor rights. Is there a second Buffer Drive in the list? I don't think so.
No, but you could Buffer Drive for a labor rights, and
yes, but that still denies the endgame Audrey cycle trashing.
Yes. But yeah, so Jai definitely has play here. It's just greatly reduced. And it looks like we're breaching, and we are going to steal a Fuji, losing a Paladin and a Twinning. What's the card that got saved with Buffer Drive? Oh, there's far too many messages in this chat log for me to keep up. So yeah, Jai
Steel Skin was saved with Buffer Drive.
Okay.
On the enemy res trigger. And then the enemy sub hit the labor rights.
For Menta hitting the table, we have 2 hit points. Is that correct?
I mean, these labor rights will eventually turn into more labor rights. Like, you can Buffer Drive, labor rights, and something. Brawl, labor rights, 3 things. And then draw, labor rights, another 3. So if there's time, I can have something like 8 cards. But
yeah. So yeah, Jai definitely with that text on buff drive definitely does have play here. And Nervous Nightjar down on 1 credit has what may soon become an insaleable or inassailable. I don't know what the correct word is there. An unbreakable remote server potentially. But the question is then, does Jai have a way of winning on centrals?
Mhm.
And we still have that fermenter and the daily costs ticking. There may well be enough money left in this
Yes.
Hashiko deck to get us there.
I-
And yeah,
in some ways, I think Server 1 actually looks a lot more assailable than R&D or HQ.
I suppose so. How many Mavirus do we expect in this Atea list?
Well, there's an easy way to find out.
There is indeed. Mavirus. There's 1 copy of Mavirus in this deck, and it's in the bin right now. And what is this card on the table that we are checking? It is a Lacosta Grid. Very interesting. And coming down, see it. A symbol chip. The most powerful card in this mulch list. This is a board state that is very difficult for me to parse. These are 2 styles of Netrunner that I've never really played. This is...
So actually, what I would look at is looking at a list. What is there in the way? There's 3 NGOs to bait runs. I have to go look up what Daruma even does. I don't know that card offhand.
Vovo Assetti moving into the server is going to potentially provide quite a lot of economy for this Atea list. Daruma is for some background. Nervous Nightjar is a good friend and teammate of mine, so I was privy to some of the conversation around the brewing of this Atea list. And Daruma, I think, was one of the reasons why Nervous Nightjar wanted to play the list in the first place. The ability to swap snare from hand onto the table just as the runner is about to access is quite appealing.
It is certainly very good for mind games, and of course swaps are very funny with Atea if you're swapping from hands because they are installs.
Yes,
and then cards go places.
absolutely.
Which cards? Yes. Which places? Yes. Have fun guessing.
And yet, the Atea ability making this remote server, Atea says ignoring all costs or ignoring all install costs. So
yes.
we've done we've saved a lot of money from our ID ability. And yeah, what can
21 credits, I think, assuming these were all
Atea installs? Wow.
Alright, cleaver's down. We can finally get into HQ.
But, if you are worried about snare, a tool here as Shiko is pretty spooky. How can you be certain that you are going to be able to steal these last few points?
So what I was looking at is what this Atea has in the way of actual fast advance. And there's not a lot in the way of fast advance. There's the Lacostas, and there's the NGOs. But NGOs are the only things I'm seeing offhand that are advanceable in a fashion that, baits a run.
Charlotte is the other one.
Oh yeah, they're Charlotte. Sorry, I missed Charlotte.
Although 2 of the Charlottes and 1 of the NGO front are in the bin.
And there's also Blood in the Water, but Blood in the Water, if Dry just sits on 5 cards, also has to be install advanced to be scored.
Yeah. And Rabi, worth being aware of, at this point there are only 5 minutes left in the round. So if Nervous Nightjar isn't able to accelerate up to the point of closing out this game, that could, we could just end with Jai winning on 3 points. And it may also be relevant to know that in a tournament like this, the tiebreaker, in the event that both players end this game on the same number of points, with the highest seed, which was from Swiss, Nervous Nightjar was the highest seeded player. Yeah. And we do access that snare, hitting the last labor rights. A source of aggravation for Jai here.
Yes, I agree. That is a source of aggravation.
So you can now no longer steal a Fuji.
You can steal a Fuji as long as you steal something else first.
That is very true, yes. Unlike our good friend Obakata Protocol.
Yeah, so if these Fujis were all Obakatas, this game would be...
sewn up.
Yes.
Yeah, time in the round is going to be quite the significant factor. Yeah, and Jai has a lot to think about. It is a very difficult puzzle, but with these 3 audio counters, you can get good accesses. The question is, does Nervous Nightjar, have any way of accelerating the game plan, getting to those points where
So the problem is that with that snare being hit, the threat of Blood in the Water in server 1 is now live, where it wasn't before.
Bacterial from HQ. Jai gets to 6 points. And those Fujis are no longer lethal.
Although I'm looking at things here. There are 3 minescapings, and there is blood in the water. There are blood in the waters. So you could... double minescaping wins, I think.
That is true.
Double minescaping wins. Blood in the water is
for our last credit,
to score.
We're Nervous Nightjar here on 0 credits, so even though they might have the game in front of them, if they just don't have the time to get the credits they need to advance the agendas they need to do, it doesn't matter if Jai can never get in their server. They've only got about 2 minutes left to execute this game plan. We're going to need to see something economic fire here.
We're thinking about this is a live imp, and I guess if you see a Fuji at this point, you just steal it.
But imp can definitely mean that, for Jai here, running HQ is just an option. And you expect that Nervous Nightjar is going to try and hide any agendas that they can on the table, but yeah.
This could absolutely come down to a Daruma shell game.
Yeah.
Here.
A Rashida fire here would be pretty significant.
Yeah, just for credits.
And what do we see? We run... Okay. Unintentional run on server 6 there. Time in the round is going to make this very, very difficult. It's a shame to see. Jai, I think, it can't be argued is making reasonable use of time, but it's very, very difficult.
There's a lot of lines to think about. It's a question of where do you send it? Jai can send it anywhere, and where is right? Yeah, okay, there's time.
Yeah. So realistically, I think Jai
this
doesn't...
time called there, Jai clears tag and credits.
Yeah, and I think from that spot, it's very, very difficult not to win.
He loses to double. I don't know. I don't understand this.
I think that Jai is
You
taking
might
the
as well
position.
take the run, I guess.
Yeah, I think Jai is aware that I think almost every threat has been effectively diffused. So no snares, no nothing that's going to deal damage. Um,
Yeah, I just don't understand why this run is necessary. Is sort of
it might not be, but it might. There might be like no downside, and I guess it depends what kind of thing you're willing to get caught out by.
yeah. I
Would you
think the
rather?
only truly vital thing is clearing the tag. Although how many mind? Yeah, no. There's 2 mind skippings in the bin. Even
Yeah, it
clearing
would
the
have to be
tag,
Spin
it'd just be a
Doctor.
spin doctor before draw. Spin doctor before draw
It
does it.
doesn't need to happen because we get the points off the top of the deck.
This might also be a case of just like preferring to win
Yeah.
honestly.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. That's in untimed conditions. This could go different ways, but very well played to both players. Very well played. One of those players had fun. Yeah. Wow, look at those data loops on the remote server.
Yep, I did see the data loops in the list. Certainly stacked up data loops, especially combined with Daniela, can make agendas very awkward to steal, especially if they're Fuji. Now, it's also I think a little bit awkward because Daniela does add an additional cost to steal, which means that the steal can be declined.
Truly.
Whereas if you just stick a Fuji behind 3 data loops, they run through the first data loop, they run through the second data loop, they run through the third data loop, they hit the Fuji, they have to take it, they die.
Yeah. Very, very interesting. Super unique gameplay on Spo there. And yeah, it looks like Nervous Nightjar may not have been able to secure the win, but might have done enough psychological damage to cool it. We shall see. We shall see. So we have 4 players moving forwards. They are Augustus Caesar, Harmon B, Off 1515, and Jai. Which be super interesting.
I'm favoring maybe looking at game 5 here.
Which game is that? That's Jai versus Augustus. The tiebreakers team kill. I'd be more than up for it. I believe these 2 players were paired in round 1 of Swiss and have made it here to the semi-finals. So,
yes, they were paired in round 1 of Swiss. It was this same matchup,
wow.
and Jai took it.
So yeah, I would be super intrigued to see that.
So we have a storyline ready to go.
Yeah. I also got paired up against a teammate in round 1 of this competition. I got paired up against Code Bubbles, who did go on to make the cut. I did not. I went 0-3, and then I went out for lunch and had a very lovely afternoon. So, we're all winners. That's
Yes.
the takeaway. It's the kind of the first day of spring here in the UK, or at least
yes. In the game of Netrunner, sometimes the best run to make is the lunch run.
Yeah, absolutely. Do we have a short break, or should we just keep vamping, keep going?
I believe that will be up to our TO. So I am checking to see if we have had any announcements.
Yes, let us see.
Taking a
Jai has
break
requested
that
a short
is
break.
halfway through.
But yeah, I mean, if you're up for it, I'm happy to take a look at some of these deck lists for our top 4.
Yeah, let's start taking a look at these deck lists.
So,
what are we looking at? We were looking at
up first, it's Augustus Caesar, who is playing the
Arasana.
Playing the Arasana list, which is a 52 card Arasana. Saw Amaram's world's winning list and thought, do you know what? We could fit more cards in here. We're still on a few copies of Spree, which is a super fascinating card. Botulus, Fermenter, Physarum, just all sorts of fun shaper tricks in what is an aggressive and kind of pretty explosive runner.
Okay,
Have you played much of this archetype?
I have not played much of Arathon at all. But one thing I am noting is that to create space for all of this stuff, Pinhole has been trimmed down to 1 copy.
Yes.
And there are 2 Anoetic Voids in the PD.
Yes. And what is it that Jai is playing today?
And Jai, right, looking at... Right, we have the cohort guidance ASA group core damage. This list.
Yeah. So I saw some of the conversation that was happening around this deck last night in a Discord server. I didn't participate, but I saw some of the some of the words and words like Jupstad Grid, Big Deal were getting thrown around, so I knew that something spicy was brewing.
Yes, this is a Jupstad Grid salvo testing list using ASA Group being ASA Group and having fully operational to fund everything.
And so, for a bit of history, I guess, on this deck, not that I'm the most familiar, but I believe that this archetype of Asa was most notably played by Bahram Wu last year, who performed very well at some AMTs with this style of list, just using Jupstad Grid and some of the other tools that HB had to make sure to mean that you could just tempo out those. And like the amount of money that these kind of decks can print is pretty significant, and so you'd be able to score your ontological dependence and just kind of tempo through the game, all whilst dragging the runner down. It then notably cut at the Circuit Breaker Invitational, but reimagined in PD, taking many of the elements of Man in the Moon's kind of tempo scoring PD lists, which played Your Digital Life. And doing the same thing there, piloted by Toron. And it looks like Jai has gone back a bit towards the Bahram Wu's list, whilst also taking inspiration from things like from the Asa lists that he and the King have been playing, which look a bit more reg and play these cohort guidance programs for tempo.
Yeah, so cohort guidance program is a lot of tempo, if you can ever stick one. And one thing I think Asa Group in general is good at is sort of playing these sort of wide but must trash assets where you just stick them behind one piece of ice. And it's not that they can't be trashed now, it's that their craft cost is now like 3 higher.
Yeah.
And cohort guidance is exceptional at this. It's a great way to both, in some cases, turn extra. So another thing it does is it helps fully unlock fully operational.
Yeah.
Because like frequently with fully operational, you're like, okay, well I'm going to draw till I have 5 or maybe 6 cards in hand, and then everything else has to be credits. But with Cohort Guidance Program, you can get a little bit more mileage out of overdrawing by using the overdraw to potentially get a face down in archives for you, and a couple angles like that. And we can actually see that being, a little bit supported here in the concept of, maybe you can overdraw a little bit more, and it's a little bit better with like these nightmare archives, or another thing that you can overdraw in some cases, pitch to archives, and like that can work out well. Also, the ablative barriers can potentially fish things back out for you. So we might see a little bit more draw power out of fully operational, um, in a safe and productive fashion. Because frequently you don't go, okay, I play fully operational, I'm making 5 choices of drawing 10 cards, go.
Yeah.
Because then you discard 5 cards and what to do, you know?
Yeah.
But
The openings here super duper interesting. So a mulligan from Jai into a draw install credit. And we see that Jaguar Rundi Rest, which can be a really mean face check, but Arasana leveraged the from hand ability to install the one of Botulus. Only need to break a 1 subroutine to totally defuse Jaguar Rundi at this point.
yes.
But was not able to trash the Jupstad grid, which we now know is in server 1. As we've talked about, that is the main kind of combo-y card here. Also, turn 1 Anacam from the Arasana, super good. That's one of the main that's a significant draw piece, big part of the engine, and being able to get that down on turn 1 when you're running your 52 card deck can be difficult. So,
Absolutely key to continuing to draw through the deck, have money, have the econ.
And that one of Pinhole Threading also coming
one
down.
of Pinhole Threading coming down. Finds an ontological.
That is
perhaps not quite.
Very interesting install from.
Yeah, I was thinking.
So ontological dependence, one of a super interesting card. It's a 4/2 with no upside. If you just play it straight.
One very big upside, which is the fact that I'll take it 4/2 at some point. But
yes, for every core damage, the advancement requirement is reduced by 1. Now, this is like becomes a very, very efficient agenda once 2 core damage have been landed, and you often see them scored in the late game, often from hand, just fast advanced. Sometimes without even needing to spend an additional click to advance. But here, seeing it on the table with 0 core damage this early feels very peculiar, but in service of this fully operational, I suppose it makes sense.
Yes, this was fully operational. I'm a little bit confused by this ice install on archives here.
Yeah.
I was discard. This might be did Jai mulligan?
Jai did mulligan. And it does look like it was potentially not an ideal opener, but it's still nonetheless incredibly interesting.
Because looking at how Jai is playing out this hand, this is maybe not the hand that he wanted.
Yeah. Oh, I suppose actually no. I think I've solved something in my head. Tattoo Bowler is going to allow Jai to make a swap, which counts as an install.
So yeah,
it trigger Ass's ability over installing the ontological dependence.
Yes, the ontological is perfectly safe there. It's over install at will.
So you get the fully operational value, but you're also able to kick it into archives. And then I suppose the ice on archives makes sense that if you do have to kick it into archives, then you have something. And the second fully operational is down this time, getting 4 triggers. Super important. And yeah, basically financially fully recovered. Now, any ice on centrals is going to give Arasana the ins to start. Oh, fan favorite, it's Spree. A card that had seen no competitive play until Worlds last year, in which it was in the deck that won the whole tournament. And as you can see, it plays super nicely here with Botulus. We're just going to be able to move that Botulus over, break the 1 subroutine we need to here, and carry on our merry way. Essentially allowing you to get double duty out of those really high priority Trojans, like the high influence Trojans. It really allows you to make better use of them. Because you can simul chip around, you can spree them around. Super duper fun card.
I mean, I'm a little bit surprised by this Dragarundi res there.
Oh yeah, you think on the spree run?
On the spree run. So it does successfully get the runner. So you spent 4 credits to get Augustus Caesar to move the Botulus from one Dragarundi to a different Dragarundi.
And yeah, we didn't see that Managram resed either, which is also very interesting. But yeah, the Jupstad grid that we know is in server 1 clearly pertinent to Jai's game plan. We're continuing to draw this super scrappy game from Jai here. And yeah, I believe we said at the start of the thing, but worth reiterating, these two are teammates. They will have tested together. They will likely know each other's lists. And they are both also incredible players with a lot of tournament results,
Yes.
each of them. So you're really seeing some of the creme de la creme of competitive Netrunner.
I mean, everyone remaining in this top cut is excellent. They made it to the top cut
Absolutely.
and then won the first round of the top cut.
And yeah, we're just overclocking that server. Very interesting. Thinking we're going to need to trash whatever's on the other side of it.
Yeah, this is clearly I call it that there's something to trash because there's nothing to spend the credits on breaking.
Oh, but we have the Arasana.
Muse, of course, right? Arasana being Arasana.
There are always tricks that
Yes, now going to
you didn't
self-modifying
think about.
code into fermenter. Cool, that's a way to spend money.
And
then just trash the Nico campaign with real money because honestly, Nico campaign is pretty cheap to trash.
Yeah. And yeah, so a very, very interesting board state here. It feels like so far Arasana has had answers to most of the stuff that Jai has been putting on the table here, but any second that Tubestar could get rezzed and points could start getting scored.
Yeah, certainly Augustus has had answers, but on the other hand, Augustus has not really established all that much of a board state of his own. Anacam's nice. He's had Anacam since turn 1. Propeller's okay. I'm happy to have a Propeller. It's nice. There's a Fermenter ticking, but we don't have a Breaker Suite out. We don't have the Turbine down. We're not showing anything, long term. I have my setup done. I just have some things that are nice that will help me in the future. They're nice.
Yeah, and I think for Augustus here, the plan really is to hope to get to 2 or 3 points before pivoting to a deep dive to win the game, and using Peach Sao to gain those additional clicks to hopefully be able to push through. But it's super, there are a lot of cards involved in that, and yet here we see the Elevagar bifurcation. It's played in this deck largely due to its fact that it's a 2-1 agenda. So scoring it on a Jupiter grid just deals 1 core damage very cheaply from hand.
Yep.
It can have lots of useful utility.
Can be...
Yeah, Gatekeeper and Spin Doctor are both useful targets for the D-Res, but on this board state, we're not going to D-Res any cards. We're just going to deal the core damage. And that means Augustus's hand size is now permanently reduced to 4. Which can be a big deal for the Arasana, who likes to be able to play cards from hand.
Yes. It can make juggling a little bit more awkward, but I don't recall one. Where did I put this list? Yeah, this is not a UAV list. So there's not quite as much hand space pressure as there could be.
Install. Credit. So the Jupster grid disposed of there, and that board state that you were talking about for Arasana, that's starting to come online now.
That is starting to come online now. I agree.
We see the 3rd overclock come out.
Is it Tattoo Bolo? There is a Propeller.
Yeah.
That can boost and break.
And remember, there's an ontological dependence in server 2 that with 3 credits, Jai can just score at this point.
Yes, but if Jai takes the Asa group. No, it's the first time. So this burns that trigger regardless by choosing to swap.
Oh, that is very true. Yeah. With 1 click left, Jai can Augustus could just last click run the ontological.
Yes.
And gaining a click from Peach Sao. An interesting card to see deployed on the remote here. Install
Steve. We're Steving here? We're
don't
Steving here.
go after the ontological. Deciding instead that we need to recover, get back on credit.
Overclock. Creative Commission. Okay. I guess just a little bit more flexible can fit the timing in here.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting position now as Jai. You're really asking yourself the question, how do I land that second core damage? From there, anything's possible. I just need to land second core damage.
Mm-hmm.
And Augustus has done a good job. Jai potentially is looking to play a big deal in this game, which is something that he looks very far away from doing at the moment.
Yes, there's no setup on servers for a big fully operational to fund it, and there's not. There's other econ. There's the Nikon campaigns, but those aren't sticking. There's the Rashidas. Those are being trashed. There's the cohorts. There's a bunch of asset-based economy, but it's looking pretty hard to stick assets right now.
Yeah. It feels like at some point soon you've got to commit to over-installing some of this ice, but it can be very difficult. Jai just drawing, looking for those answers. Augustus probably feeling broadly in control, going to be just hoping to steal those first few points to make the possibility of deep dive all the more real. And lots to think about. Jai, last click, install, no acid trigger. And what do you think that's likely to be? Some kind of economic asset? There's almost
there
nothing
aren't
that...
a lot of other options. Like it's some form of economic. It could be a nightmare archive, actually.
And would you expect to see a code gate rest here? Maybe a gatekeeper or an MIC?
I think MIC is just way too expensive.
Even if it costs the run of the rest of their turn? I suppose with Aristona's ability, there's no guarantee that it does.
Yeah, there's no guarantee it does that.
In a click, accessing a cohort, trashing it, just staying on top of that. Jai, you are not allowed to have money.
Yeah, I agree.
If you were to have played in this tournament today, what do you think you would have picked up?
I probably would have played. Runner said I'd probably play Asa.
Accessing the elevator. Asa, very strong, very nice.
Corp side, I have a Prov Big Beal list I've been working on.
Very nice. Was that a Red Planet Couriers?
No, I've been playing Prov Big Beal since U.S. Nationals 23.
Nice. Jai taking the time to score the ontological. Potentially worrying about Hush turning off the Tatumbola score. Potentially just not finding anything else. As we say, Jai does just need to find a way of landing one more core damage for this to start really being threatening again. Accessing that Nightmare Archives, a negative point.
So what are your opinions on running one copy of Cerebral Overwriter in this type of list?
Oh, I've not seen it. I think that Asa is a bit more elusive to me. I assume Jai isn't running any.
So there's not one in this list. I can tell because I'm looking at the list right now.
Okay.
But is this something interesting? Of course, having one in your deck list, especially, with open lists in the cut, forces the runner to consider respecting the fact that this card you installed advanced.
I was going to say
it's Overwriter, honestly.
Yeah, it's somewhat rare for the corp to pre-advance cards, but
yes.
with salvo testings in here, it's a line that's gonna have to happen some amount of the time. So, yeah, potentially, but yeah, Augustus now sitting on a boatload of credits. Money isn't so much an object now, but still being on 0 points with 3 agendas out of the game is going to be tricky. And yet, if the Tattoo Bowler Protecting Server 2 gets swapped anytime soon, we could, see Jai bounce back up into the money in the not too distant. We've yet to see a Spin Doctor
I
removed from the
don't.
game. Oh, here we
Oh,
go.
there's a Spin Doctor.
And
Asking
I
you shall
expect we
receive.
might put the fully operationals back in, but I could be wrong. There might be more important core damage, combo-y pieces to come back. Fully operational dupes. So I create one of each. There you go. Interesting.
I'm not
Very
sure how much I love the fully operationals. Like, fully operationals are amazing from bit ahead when you've got, 3 or 4 remote servers, each with something in the root and a piece of ice protecting it. On this board state, a fully operational is not better than a hedge fund.
true. Very, very true. We do see the Tatabola swapped, and we do see a second Nightmare Archives. So Augusta's now on -1 points. 8 more points needed to win.
And in fact, on this board state now, a fully operational is not better than like predictive planogram, and no one is rushing out to play.
I imagine Jai is imagining a future where it's playable. Now,
Yes,
I'm assuming
certainly.
how many Simulchip and or Muse is this Arasana on? 3 and or 3 is going to be my guess.
It's Simulchip and/or Muse. 3 Muse, 3 Simulchip.
Okay, so taxing out this revolver isn't really a reality. We don't think, or this propeller. We should theoretically be able to recur those as much as we need to.
If we can like force the Muses to be hosting them for a bit, like there could be some temporary MU awkwardnesses.
Yeah.
But
one of the major downsides of playing Anacam is only getting the 1 additional MU.
yeah, like I can definitely see there's potential MU sequencing issues if you end up with a propeller or a revolver stuck on a Muse for a while. But ultimately, there are plenty of uses, even if sequencing could be a little awkward.
Yeah. And, in a matchup like this, Nightmare Archives, it can be easy to underestimate just how much damage that it can deal. Because this one says, runner, you've got to steal 9 points, maybe 10, in order to win this game.
Mm-hmm.
So here we see a very interesting series of events. Peachasau, so Spree is being played. It's going to allow us to move the Peachasau to the outermost. We're then going to be able to move it back onto the Jaguarundi, gaining 2 clicks during this run. So it's costing -1 clicks to make this run, which is going to be super impactful. And the Peachasau is going to return to Augustus's hand.
Augustus' hand.
Which might be relevant with 9 cards already in there. The ablative barrier being used to install a Rashid Jahim from Archives. Whereas our second Spin Doctor with 23 credits, Augustus could afford to trash it, so Jai is going to just
spin. Yep.
Spin back 2 unseen cards, potentially having delayed or trying to get rid of agendas whilst Augustus has been running for this Steve value. See Ika come down preemptively with the Arasana there.
It is a Tattoo Bola, which will be broken by the propeller. Swapped. These repeated Tattoo Bola swaps are starting to put Jai back in the not completely broke. I would love to see a Tattoo Bola try and find its way onto maybe HQ. And say, okay, sure, you can run through, you can get your Steve value. I'm gonna get, some credits each time, especially if you can set up the Tattoo Bola loop where you just have 2 Tattoo Bolas, and they're just like
big deal on site.
Oh, absolutely. Dry is still some credits away, but like I think big dealing, whether it's onto a dupe stat or just a salvo testing, I think big dealing is what Dry had to hope for, and that hope is getting progressively further away.
And we notice that a deep dive discarded by the Arasana. With that Peach of
Yes.
South still in hand. I assume there are 3 of those in the list, given that it's a 52 card deck, but I could be wrong.
Sorry, of which?
Of Deep Dive.
There are 3 deep dives.
3 deep dives. So
There's only
it
one
may well
Peach
imply
Shell.
we have the second one in hand. The first symbol chip coming out as well. That's going to let us refresh this propeller or this revolver.
Also potentially does a refresh on the Peach Chow, which could matter if a ice comes down onto HQ or R&D, because that would set up a bigger deep dive.
Yeah, and it can just be used to move this botchless. Like the flexibility of this symbol chip
Yes.
is absolutely massive. I don't know if it was the case that the designers for the Ashes cycle felt that symbol chip was a depowered, nerfed clone chip. But the longer I play with it, the more I feel like they really gave clone chip a little extra juice.
I mean, I don't like you read it, and a lot of the words say similar things, but what the card does is entirely different.
Yes. And it's super interesting. I think obviously an incredibly powerful card. We're seeing it in maybe like all of the top 4 decks in this tournament are playing symbol chip, I believe. So incredibly powerful card. But yeah, very interesting design. And we're seeing that fully operational, slightly better than a Sure Gamble here, gaining us an extra 2 card draw. But we are throwing out some of those cards. So, and that's the last Spin Doctor on the table, which is worth being aware of. Stealing a salvo off the top. We are now back into positive agenda points, and it looks like Augustus might just be going for the deep dive here.
Yep, coming down.
Yep, we're going to be able to get a click back, which is important for being able to have that click spare for the and it is a 6 strength gatekeeper. Now
There's no cookbook, so Botchless is not a perfectly clean answer. Botchless can still answer the end of the run.
Yep, and it looks like we are using symbol chip, but the question is, what are we going to move? We are moving the Botchless. We're going to let Jai draw 3 and potentially shuffle back agendas, which would be a potentially brave thing to do. Or we're going for Muse. Money is not an object here, I suppose. So, yep, we're going to break both subroutines here.
And Euler's just honestly pretty good into Gatekeeper. Like 4 to break even on the res turn is a good rate.
Yep. So, 3 clicks left. Have I done some of my maths wrong about Deep Dive? But we shall see. Running HQ. If we can just steal some extra points, or maybe we just fire an early aggressive deep dive, try and steal 2 or 3.
Or potentially a double deep dive.
Is that correct? Well, I have to think. Augustus is trying to correct the Muse there, but I believe the Muse was symbol chipped in. Yeah, so we might have to uncorrect that correction. We'll see. But yeah, it can get complicated at this point of the game. I think this should be pretty fixable, but always call a judge if in doubt. I have found playing some of those, playing some of these kind of core damage decks, HB decks, that whether or not you can get those Jaguar or Undie face checks to fire is the real difference maker in the matchup, or in a lot of the matches. that one core damage, if you can get that in, is pretty huge.
It's so amazing, yeah.
And the Botchless in hand on turn 1 really put the brakes on that plan. So running HQ, stealing an Elevagar up to 3 points. We're gonna run R&D, and are we going to go for the deep dive? We are deep diving. We're click spare, and I believe that is all of the points we need to win the game. An ontological dependence and a Project Vitruvius gets us to 7. Nicely played by both players. That was
Potentially the option to just play a second deep dive if the first one only hits 1.
Yeah. And yeah, we see there like a pretty dominant or a pretty like scrappy game from Giant. It's like a difficult mulligan to play out of, but I thought some really impressive and clever Asa lines, which but yeah, 7 cards in that score area. Did we get a result from our other table? We did indeed. Off 15-15, Runner deck beats Harmony, who is now out of the tournament.
Which means that our finals will be Augustus first, 15-15, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know what side of that matchup that we're going to get.
Yeah, I don't know which side we end up on there.
But we shall soon find out in this thrilling final for the first of 3 online district championships held by Null Signal Games. Yeah, so this is the first one. We've got 2 subsequent events. One for the APAC time zone and one for the Americas time zone. I believe are a fortnight apart. Does that sound right?
Yes, 14 days. Americas is on the 15th, I believe. I believe APAC is on the 29th. But give me 1 second.
The use of the word fortnight, is that too regional specific? Have I heard that's only used in the UK?
No, I know fortnights there should be 2 weeks.
I guess the popular video game has helped cover that one. We're all good.
Fortnite, like in terms of a measurement of a length of time, is one of those things that it's just effed up enough of a measurement that Americans are fine using it.
Oh yeah,
it's like 2 days or like 2 weeks, 14 days, half a moon cycle. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. Fortnite, we'll take it.
Wonderful. Good to know.
Put it there. Put it right there with the bushels.
Yeah, a bushel, a peck. We got all of them. It looks like our players are just going to take a little bit of time whilst we get this final pairing up. Whilst we are waiting on that, we can have a little peek, a little gander at our decks. So we've just seen Augustus's Arasana list. I would like to take a moment to talk about his precision design, which I love. So
yes.
About midway through last year, Augustus posted a deck list called Ode to ADT. I believe that there are a whole poem about it. And it was essentially advocated for playing 3 ADT or architect deployment tests in your Reg 44 PD lists.
Yep.
And I played a huge amount of that list. It played 2 Tattoo Bowlers just to keep the money going. And was an absolute dream. I adored it. And so I'm with the banning of Luminal, it seemed like obvious fit to start playing that 3rd ADT anyway. But Augustus definitely ahead of the curve on that one. And
I mean,
yeah,
this is just like a very sort of it's the classic PD, just now with some tattoo bolas, and we added some greasing the palms in.
yeah.
But
The most notable kind of departure in this list is that we are on 1 copy of Spin Doctor, and we
yes,
are on 2 copies of Mavirus,
yes,
which may tell you something about the game plan that Augustus is looking to tech for here. Um, and let's see if it's going to be. It looks like Augustus will be corping in the finals. This is a single elimination top cut, so this is the final round between Augustus and R15. And we'll be playing against a Crew Hashiko.
second, there we go,
Playing
Crew
multiple
Hoshiko.
copies of the Amakua, Largo. We've got Cruise and Devil Charms. The players might very well be familiar with. A very impactful, very similar to the list that Kikai won the Circuit Breaker Invitational with. The lobby's now being created. If you guys, if you wanted to jump in,
Excellent.
but yeah, basically, but I'm R15 might be one of the original brewers of this version playing Anacam, which also sees fun cards like Eye for an Eye and Cupulation and Bahia Bands. All in all, a very cool and creative Hashiko brew.
Yeah, and especially with the Eye for an Eye and the Cupulation, this can add a lot of HQ control.
Yeah, you can use if you use additional multi-access in combination of Eye for an Eye, you can trash every card you see if you have a card in hand to trash,
And
which can be really relevant.
You can possibly trash every card in HQ even if you didn't start with enough, by just developing extras midway through.
Exactly. With Steel Skins and I think we see wow, quite the opener from OF1515 here. The Tattoo Bola rezzed. Crew comes down and we're just going to crew through that Tattoo Bola to get to... that means that we're not going to get a swap, we're not getting the additional value, although we are taking a tag, which we then immediately play with the Bahia Bands. Great and very impressive opening from OF1515 there. And Augustus just jamming. We're creating that new remote, sticking cards in it. The PD way.
Okay, we've seen first crew. Do you have a second crew? Do you have a second crew right now?
How many of those are in your deck? And how many can you find by turn 8? So we see this Largo come down and this Leech. Both of those can be very impactful. Tranquility Home Grid. Tranquility encouraging the Corp to install a card in this remote server every single turn, and Largo really disincentivizing that. So, the fast pace of this might be something that OF15 is happy to deal with. We see a card advanced in the remote server and a Gatekeeper res. Now, with an advancement on it, does this have to be an agenda, or is there anything that we could be bluffing? Drawing 3, revealing 2 agendas from HQ and shuffling them in, implying that Augustus somewhat flooded here. Running R&D, seeing nothing. Doesn't look like we've got an answer for the remote immediately.
There's nothing to debate, it has to be an agenda.
Okay, so is there some combination of seamless launch that's going to help us get a score here? Install, gaining 2 credits.
Gaining 2 credits, and now you can seamless...
But no,
we
have the ice.
Interesting.
Very, very interesting. And Augustus is going to stay really close to the ground, really tight, but this potentially 2 credits a turn from Tranquility should be enough to get us there.
Although there's a potential concern of like an Amakua coming down, and then Amakua run R&D twice, and this is suddenly looking very, very contestable for everything.
Off-world office, definitely the agenda that Augustus wants to see there. Bouncing back up to 7 credits. And being able to pick up a Rashida Jaheim means that we're going to have something to put in the remote
I'm
server
going to
next
jam in
turn.
server 2 next turn onto the Tranquility.
Yeah, but Banha Leech is going to mean that we do have options for getting through some of this ice, potentially not all of it.
Yes.
And
Capitulation
it's
also went down.
Yeah, worth noting as well that there is a buy for a megacity on the line at this tournament. Whoever wins this game will have a buy for the next tournament, wherever it is in the world that they want to spend it.
Yep. 1515 does like to take the seamless launch. Boosting the palm coming in. Just
Headphone
tempo.
greasing onto the track grid, and dreamt when Augustus Caesar was poor. Not anymore.
Yep.
Absolutely rolling in it. So we're going to be able to res this ice, but that doesn't mean that we're safe. There's an upgrade in the server. It could be an Anoetic Void. It could be a Madagam Skunk Works.
Yep. Could be a virus also.
Yeah.
Which is certainly something that 1515 needs to keep in mind as he looks at potentially developing an Amakua or challenging some of this ice using the leech counters in conjunction with a normal breaker suite.
Yeah. Although this resed gatekeeper is can be a bit seen as a bit of a liability. 0 strength is going to be very easy. You can't, even if you purge an Amakua and it's 0 strength, it can still break this gatekeeper.
Yeah. Although there is something outside of it, which it does, of course, get challenged by the Banhar, but
Pinhole threading, accessing that Rashida. We expected that there. So that upgrade still staying in play. And we're just clicking for some credits. 9 cards in hand. We're going to have to chuck 4 of those in the bin.
Yeah, 1515 maybe feels like they have all of the cards that they're after for right now.
Yeah. Augustus installing, gaining the 2 credits. Often at this point, if you're really looking for more, then you'll start using it to draw. But Augustus clearly has some of the things that he needs. And R15's Largo hitting a
steel skin, drawing another 2. Certainly doing very well on cards right now.
And I think that the Largo buffer drive steel skin strike fun thing is some of like the most fun that you can have playing Anak at the moment. It's also very good, which helps. But incredibly cool and synergistic package, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's just we've got 2 credits, 10 cards in hand, only 14 cards in the stack. But Augustus here representing a second score. The pre-advancement could mean that this is a 5-2, a 5-3, or a 4-2. Could be tempo forwards. An ADT score would probably feel particularly good for Augustus. But
trying to get a little bit more ice down is something I'm definitely interested in.
But OF15 here has a lot of options. The question is,
yes,
what can you do in 4 clicks?
And is certainly many options. Although the number that can be legally played with 2 credits is perhaps slightly lower.
Yes, absolutely. And yeah, so you really end up in this position where you're trying to start thinking to yourself, what can I do? Now, moshing away a strike fund and a lot of those problems go away pretty quickly. Just playing the strike fund gets you up to 6.
Yep.
Anacam does draw you a card, which is quite entertaining. Install the crew.
And
so with Banha and crew here, we should be able to deal with any ice on this server, but a Managam Skunkworks is going to just cause a problem.
Yes.
These click and credit totals. So we may decide not to challenge
It's going to HQ.
And I think R15 might have had the same realization that I did just there. We are thinking.
Yep.
And so, where do you go? Dirty laundry.
Laundry R&D.
R&D. If we see something here, it's big news. No agenda on the top. Trashing an anoetic void. Potentially not
Void's nice.
disastrous.
Void can be recurred with PD. Void can be recurred with the one spin. Wait, have we seen the spin go by? 1 second. Oh, we've not
We
seen
might
the spin
already
go by.
have one in the remote server. And
There
the
might
good thing
already
about
be
these
one in the
runs,
remote server.
yeah, the good thing about these runs is we are farming leech counters. So we're able to play down a lot of the cards in our hand. At the end of this, we're only going to be discarding one, which, given that we do see that ADT. Now, a card that not every player will be familiar with. When you score this agenda, look at the top 5 cards of R&D. You may install and res one of those cards, ignoring all costs. So there is big potential for a Mick or Bran to come down on this remote server, essentially netting 8 credits, better than an off-one office. But we're seeing Hagen on HQ, and we're picking up the Anoetic Void. So Augustus could be pretty close to the win here. But there's a lot of tricks in off of 15's board and still in the deck that we can use to do a lot of disruption at this point. An eye for an eye with that copulation could be ruinous for Augustus here.
Yes. Though, maybe I guess there's enough leech counters to. So if there's a Mavris in server 2, then this Hagen is safe from the cruise.
Yeah, we haven't banhard it. We've actually banhard R&D, which effectively is the same as banharding no server. Into a double charm. And here's
now
that eye for now, a card that's not all players will be familiar with. 1 cost, run event. Play only if you are not tagged. Run HQ. If successful, take a tag and access an additional card. So, yeah, we see that Mavaris being popped there to try and force some of these extra resources, use that double charm.
Charm crew.
And
now
yeah,
Gatekeeper. Okay.
We don't have answer to this.
Yep.
So, rather than Augustus losing all of the cards in his hand, he'll instead be drawing 3. But this 0 strength Gatekeeper on HQ is now a liability. Much in the same way, it can just be crewed for 2 credits.
So yes, it can just be crewed for 2 credits, but it's not. I don't see how it's a liability, as I think it's still better than having nothing there.
Yeah, that is very true.
Sure, it can be crewed for 2 credits. That burns a crew. That burns 2 credits.
Yeah.
A liability is a piece of ice taking with 3 Cubans on it, and I look at it and go,
I might overinstall this one.
Yeah.
Notable, that was the first eye for an eye. There is a second eye for an eye in the list. We could, with 4 credits or 3 credits, and maybe we could very well see it played. We are running the remote server.
All right,
probably
so
just looking to get some subroutines firing here. Well, there is Banhard, so we can probably get in.
Is Banhard.
2 clicks spare.
Banhard, and there is a crew available, so there's lots of options in how to engage with this.
Now, we did see Augustus recur the Anoetic Void earlier, so it's very likely that this server is, or it could be very likely that this server is Anoetic and Managar.
Comes back with the eye for an eye, just wants to trash out HQ.
Which I think is potentially difficult. The ice on R&D says to me that Augustus seems launch definitely going in the bin. Bran.
You're trying to see the classic Shaper U against Anarch.
But so Augustus, seeing this, we can be, I think, certain that the card in the remote is the Anoetic Void. because we've now seen every card that came through HQ, which
Yes.
means that that ICE on R&D is saying there are still 6 agendas in R&D, 7 agendas in R&D, I think.
Agendas?
And Augustus, potentially with a Managam Anoetic remote, just has to install Advance if we top deck Iniqua. So
yeah, 6 agendas in R&D. Maybe less now.
although the Anoetic only deals so much damage if you don't have any cards in hand.
Yeah, the Animac needs cards to fuel.
So the Iphone doing work in that regard as well. So we click one, draw, and then pause. Installing, using the Trank draw. So we put something in the remote server. Could be a Rashida, could be an agenda.
Declines to use the shelter.
And we advance it, so it is definitely an agenda. Now, I think we see 2 seamless launches face up in the bin. We do. So the odds here of Augustus having the 3rd seamless to threaten the Icarus squad to the win are low. But on this board state, not wanting to lose too much board state, just scoring a offload or an ADT here could be fine.
Yes. And like you can seamless it out too and just take the seamless back. That's always fine.
If this is an Icarus project, we could just win the game. A very real possibility that Augustus here is just representing the win with OF 1515 in very interesting spot. We have all the pieces. We've got crews, we've got turtles, we've got leeches. We don't have his cards in the stack and money or any virus counters. And the question is just, is there enough time left in this game to score out? To climb back and prevent Augustus from scoring. And it very, very much depends what this card in the remote is. We see a Labor Rights played. And what are we looking for here? Are we looking for the eye for an eye to turn off that seamless out? Or are we looking for something that we can play to bounce
the eye for an eye also turns off the Anoetic, which makes coming back in.
But yeah, dealing with this drafter more than once is going to be very, very tricky. If you let it fire, then you're just setting yourself back against Anoetic. You really have to make the right calls here. We're going for Labor Rights, Strike Fund, and Raindrops. We just get to play that Strike Fund with Mamie, starting to stabilize. This looks to me like this has all the hallmarks to me of a turn where we don't contest the remote. We just say, if you have it, you have it.
You have it.
I'm going to play to the line where this is just a 4-2, which I think is most likely is a 4-2. Advance. Score an ADT. Which makes perfect sense. Now, Augustus can use this to score an agenda, or to install an agenda. Just reveal it, put it into the remote server, draw a card or gain 2 credits, whatever it is that he needs to do, if he thinks that that's going to secure him the win. With 5 credits, though, it's going to be difficult to...
Not enough to fire Anoetic multiple.
Yeah, to res Malagam, fire Anoetic once, but then you won't be in a position to score. So really...
Seamlesses, like if you have another seamless in hand...
It is tricky, though. See Augustus looking, and there are so many times of ADT where you just look.
Have a 1 Vitruvius? No, this is one Vitruvius.
No, I think
all 4-2s.
Yeah, which I really like. I really like the neatness of this deck with the 3 ADTs and the 3 offworlds, which, as Augustus says, just basically gives you 7 credits either way.
Yep.
And
a little bit better too because it gives you a free click, right? It's 8 credits and a click.
ADT can whiff, which offworld can't.
Yes.
But a lot of the time you are just getting those 3 credits and say as a click and a click. You've got to think what do you do if you see an Ikawa here? What are you thinking if you see no agendas at all? It's all ice. What if you have relatively few targets and you're just looking at those operations and trying to figure out what to do? The one spin doctor. We could easily put a Rashida face up in the remote. There's all sorts of plays that we can make off this ADT. One of those ones where it'd be fascinating to be able to see what Augustus is seeing right now. But looking back across the table, 15-15's, the tides have turned to a great lesser extent. We're going to be starting the next turn on 9 credits. We are going to be able to start getting turtle counters. We can just run HQ as much as we like.
Yep, HQ for the turtle and
yep.
the leech.
We may be limited in how much Banhard usage we get, but we'll have to see. But yeah, there's definitely options now. There aren't that many great tools for dealing with the Managa Animatic remote. I'm pretty confident that O15 is not playing the Light the Fire that Kikai played in his very similar list.
Yep, Augustus is choosing that you're just not getting free runs to charge up your Amakua Leech. Just no.
Yep, you get once on Archives after that.
Well, there's also the Mav on Archives.
Yes.
Which is not a perfect solution because of when the Amakua counter is applied. Like you can run Archives, get purged, get a counter on your turtle, and then run into the Drafter, crew the Drafter, break with the turtle, run through the Gatekeeper, get a leech counter, run back not that turn, but like in the future, then you can leech and then you can crew and then you can crew the Drafter. But this is now a
expensive and committing
across
to
2 turns.
But yeah, as O15, you're thinking, right, I've got the breathing space, I've got what I needed, but I'm on 0 points, Augustus is on 6. What do I need to do to...
And like O15-15, these are good things to have. Like, I'm certainly happy to have all of these, but like this is not your money is solved for the rest of the game.
True.
Stealing 7 points is going to take more than 9 credits in all likelihood.
You have to wonder, you have to be planning, what am I going to do to make sure that I get full... I have enough to get money to keep me through the rest of the game. I need to deal with all of this ice. I can't just let Augustus sit comfortably, play his hedge funds. I need answers.
Yep.
It's very interesting. There's nothing threatening in the remote, though. So you know that Augustus is not threatening to win this turn. But you do have to start getting prepared. I'm assuming this is an untimed finals, but I'm not sure. Electing not to put Banhar on any server. We're now really taxed on cards as well as the other areas where we're taxed here. Sure gamble. For 5, we love to see that.
All right,
drawing the last card from the deck. Playing Laborites. Pinhole Threading, Laborites, and Araceris Crew. Pinhole is going to be absolutely massive here.
Yes.
But which one's the Managam? Which one's the Anoetic? And how much does it matter which one you trash?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and with both of those upgrades, there's nothing to stop. Yeah, we're going in. Anoetic Void. Now, do you think that's the one you're happy with?
Replacement effect. This does actually get a leech counter, which is sets up the crew on the Drafter.
Yes, very true, very true. We see a Fence of Fueno come down. That's one of those ways that we're going to be taking up on those credits. helpful for stealing Icawas, amongst other things.
Yes. I believe we also saw Bahia bans in that list. I don't think that we're going to see the Bahia bans fighting now, since all the Bahia bans are gone, and it's not going to be liberated back in. But it's another cool little.
Oh wow, yeah, I hadn't thought about that. Install credit. We get 2 off the Trent grid there. So Augustus just pushing the issue, as PD is well known to do, but this could be a replacement Anoetic, this could be the winning agenda, this could just be a Rashida, this could be the Spin Doctor, it could be Mavirus. There's all sorts of things, and PD just says, are you going to spend your credits and your time going to check
Trying to
this
get through
when
the
it could
Managarum.
be, yeah, it might not be the agenda. We use the crew, take the tag to save the money. We're deleting both bits of ice, just saying, okay, you want to...
Build a new remote. This remote's no good.
Yeah.
Your remote's no good here.
Pay 2 clicks, get through the account. We access a Rashida. Now, how happy are you as off 15-15 here? You get to trash the Managar.
Everything if you want. Decides to leave the Trent grid.
Which seems reasonable.
But the... Yeah, that seems... It's a lot of persistent econ, but...
Yeah, it's definitely pushing Augustus away from the win, but it's still still just got the question of Augustus only needs to score once. You need to steal 4 more times or 3 more times. How are you going to do it? But with only 18 cards left in the game, in between HQ and R&D, install. So, we've still got brands, we've still got gatekeepers, we've still got a Mick, a Hagen, and more drafters. Really, this ice could be anything. We're not out of the woods yet.
I was talking to the other crew. Oh, that trust the gatekeeper, right? Got it.
Yes, which is interesting to use the crew rather than the turtle, but I think it makes sense given that you're potentially worried about Anoetic Void. We're playing this labor rights here, and we're thinking we've selected 2 crew, so we know we want those. Then the question is about the last card. I've just seen the Creative Commission in the bin. I saw it put earlier and it didn't register for me as strange at the time, but that's quite an interesting use of the Final 2 influence.
I mean, if you want more money, it's really a bit of money. It's a great bounce back.
Yeah.
And I do feel like this deck, we've been seeing it run very low on credits.
I think that makes sense. I mean, I've practiced a lot with Kikai, who's been playing a very similar list, and yeah, it's often operating close to the ground. And with that 3rd labor rights route in the game, this is the end of the deck really. From here on out, it's just clicking for credits, and we see the Managon res, and this could plays the seamless launch. That is the game. Congratulations to Augustus Caesar, who is our first EMEA District winner, or Online District winner.
Online District winner.
Very
and I believe
lovely.
earns a buy to the next megacity they attend.
He can
or
choose
is
where
one
to spend
megacity
it,
of their choice.
Yeah. And one thing you'll know about Augustus Caesar is that he's known to travel for Netrunner. I think he's often jetting off all over Europe to play, so potentially at a megacity near you. What a lovely tournament! That was
Indeed. Thank you for joining me on the cast. And I'd like to thank our stream runner as well.
Yeah.
That's fine. You don't have to do that.
Job.
Big fan.
Okay,
big fan
but I am anyways. You're being thanked.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate both of y'all. Frantar, as I understand it, you got very little sleep before hopping in round 2. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
well,
that is correct.
Well, then we won't waffle long on this. Appreciate you.
Do you want to try and get Augustus in here for a winner's interview, though?
I mean, if he wants to. Y'all.
We can try it. We can reach out. Well, we can see.
Does he already have the commentary role? Can he join?
That is a question.
Yeah. Maybe. 1 second.
We can figure this one out. We can vamp a little bit. But yes, there are 2
he has
more
the
events.
com role. He has been invited for winners interview at some point in the past. I'm pretty sure.
So yeah, just whilst we wait for Augustus to join, yeah, we've got 2 more of these online districts that you can play in, person watching, and potentially win a buy. Lots of prizing. If you don't want any of the prizing, if you're not fussed, you just want to get online and play some competitive Netrunner, there's also the option to join and play without buying a ticket for any of that prizing. So super duper accessible, really fun. I love playing in these online tournaments, and yeah, this has been a super cool one. I will bid you adieu, and as you guys, you can interview Augustus. But it's been absolutely lovely casting. Thanks so much.
You're just not gonna
Oh, I don't. For's a crowd. You don't want me in here.
No, it's fine. I'm going back on mute. You do it.
Yeah,
that's what you came here for. So take me. Take the
wheel.
There's also the blood
Exactly.
feud to think about.
Hello, Augustus.
Yeah,
I can barely hear you.
I'm cranking your volume a little bit, so.
Yeah, that is usually a problem with me. I'll try to speak as loud as I can.
How are you doing? How are you feeling?
Great. I was getting tired of tiebreakers getting bested by EA Sports, and we turned it right around.
Very nice. Yeah, you and Jai in the cut. Were there any others?
Yeah, Prof. Wacko was also.
Oh,
in there,
fantastic!
so I had to team kill him round 1, unfortunately.
Very sad, very sad. And you also had a team matchup in round 1 of Swiss that you replayed in the cut. So yeah, you've been playing a lot of tiebreaks today.
I think 4 out of my 10 games were against tiebreakers. That might be because we're good at the game.
No, yeah. You proved that. So talk to me about this PD list. It's very similar to a PD list you published last year that I played a huge amount of. I really loved the previous iterations of this. So what made you decide to go back to it?
Well, it's mostly Mavirus. PD is just the best ID to be playing Mavirus in, because in this matchup, or in the matchup against Hoshiko, or in matchups where it matters, not only do you have 2 Mavirus, which you can just slot in for free, because Spin Doctor's a bad card, you don't need any of those. You also can PD the Mavirus back, so it's like, if you end up playing 4 Maviruses a game, sometimes, and that just kind of crushes the virus decks.
And was that what you were worried about coming into it, the kind of Molt Shishiko?
Yeah, that seems like the thing to be prepared for at the moment. And all of the other decks, you kind of are just good as PD anyway. Like Crimson, like historically, maybe you're a bit not as happy as other decks, but the Crim matchup is still fine. You can still win it way more than 50% of the time. So PD is just kind of OP, is mostly it. If like, there's a world where people are playing more Light the Fires and Pinholes for it, and then you'll be sad. But with 4 PDs in the tournament, you can't afford to do that, so PD just crushes.
That's interesting. I've been doing some work for the Surveyor, and it seems like since the banning of Luminor, PD's win rate has been really through the floor. What do you think it is that has kind of led to that, or do you think that people shouldn't worry too much about the Luminor ban and that the deck's fine without it? What impact do you think the Luminor ban has had, really?
The Luminor ban is something, but also the Trickshot ban was just as good for you. Like, I think PD in a vacuum came out of that ban list just fine. Like, yeah, you lost one of your best cards, but like Lat lost 3 of their best cards. So you can kind of just crush them. I think most of the PD win rate issues at the moment are because people are playing other more fragile versions of PD, like the Moon version and there's this new core damage thing that I'm not too familiar with, but also isn't playing a Noetic and Skunkworks, and so you can use if someone has an eye for an eye or something like that, you kind of just get torn apart and can't do anything. Whereas this deck doesn't care about that, so it's like it's also Skunk and Manigram and Skunk Void and Noetic are just the best cards in the standard at the moment, so you should be playing them, and it happens to dodge a lot of things that people are trying to hate on.
Oh, that's amazing. It turns out that it's almost, it's so often when you're doing a lot of hard thinking about the meta that returning to Skunk Void PD is often the way.
Yep.
And so your runner, this Arasana, that looks pretty familiar. Looks like some of looks like the Arasana that won Worlds. Is this something you'd played much of before the most recent ban list? What kind of got you onto this 52 card Arasana?
I think it's since Worlds. I've had my own Arasana brewing, which as I tinkered more and more with it, just ended up resembling more and more the Worlds list. Just because the Worlds list plays very good cards. The 52 is because I have 2 random stone ships thrown in there. You can definitely cut those and be a normal 50 card Arasana, which is the standard. I don't remember off the top of my head exactly what the differences are, but I really like Mamie. I wish I could play 2 Mamie. But the biggest thing is that Botulus is pretty good at the moment, and so being able to Botulus through Ace Eyes or whatever is something you really want, and the World's winning Arasana has that, which is what I was looking for.
That's really interesting. Yeah, we saw you making great use of Spree in your Game Against Giants stream, and yeah, it seemed like very effective.
Yeah, Spree is a sick card. Like there isn't as many kickflips. That kind of just does the one thing of giving you extra Peaches How clicks and Botulus moving around, but those things are cool enough. And when you're
fantastic. Are there what other tournaments are you planning on getting to? Are you playing in more districts, or are you already looking forward to this mega city that you should have a buy for?
Yeah, well, I was irresponsible and didn't buy a ticket, so I'm not sure if I actually get a buy.
Oh wow!
It was like I had to wake up early today, and when I have to wake up early, I'm like usually not good at Netrunner. But I got pretty lucky.
Maybe if you buy 2 tickets, it'll be fine.
Yeah, but I'm hoping to go to all the online districts, and I'll buy a ticket for the next one. And I'm also running my own district up here in Ireland. So if you're nearby and want to take a ferry over to Dublin, enjoy the day. It'll be fun.
Oh, so you've already got the excess of these prizes anyway.
Yeah, that was the main point of buying the ticket. But the one prize that you don't get for organizing is the one that I end up winning.
I know it's so biased towards us specifically.
Yeah.
Let the bad TOs compete. Well, obviously we've got a good TO here, but let us, the bad TOs, get a buy for no reason.
Get a buy for organizing a district. I'm sure nothing wrong would come of that.
Maybe we just have a bunch more districts and like.
Entertainingly,
increase revenue, right? Entertaining to acquire a buy. Not bad.
Entertainingly, I came second at the London district, so I almost didn't buy a ticket for this event, but thought about, but if I win and I get the buy, I want the buy, so I bought a ticket, and I actually placed dead last. So, it's not always safe, but there you are.
But if you'd have bought 2, that's the trick.
Fantastic. Augustus, is there anything else you want to say? Anyone you want to thank? Or
want to shout out the tiebreakers as usual. They're the best people around, both at Netrunner and to hang out with. I had to defeat so many of them, but it is what it is. I think that's it.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And yeah, Monday, take it away. Sign us off.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I think I was in the middle of saying thank you, not Yeti, for relieving me of some of my work, but thank you, Augustus, for that interview. Ban PD, congrats on your run, and let me think. Thanks, Daxu, for handling basically all of the TO work, making sure everything ran smoothly. And I think that's about it. I might start streaming on YouTube. You can follow me if you want. Like, not on here, but my personal. I doubt I'll be streaming Netrunner, but like, you can do it. All right. Maybe I could have done a plug at the start of the stream. Like, that would have been a good idea. Either way. Any last minute plugs from y'all before we sign off?
Not for me.
Come to UK regionals. There's more of them. You can find that on ABR.
I will probably be either, casting or playing in the North America District online.
Sign up for those.
But yeah, districts coming up. Come play in online districts, they're great. Come watch online districts, they're great.
Absolutely. Couldn't say it any better myself. Well, thank you all for watching, and we will see you next time. Always be running.